will lead us in singing the national anthem.
Au Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurs glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée et s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, April marks Oral Health Month from April 4 to 10. We celebrated National Dentist Hygienist Week. As we celebrate this month, it is important to recognize the vital role that dental hygienists play in promoting good oral health and preventing dental diseases. By prioritizing these efforts, they can continue to ensure patients are educated on proper dental care techniques and provide professional teeth cleanings and preventative treatments. This year's theme is Oral Health for Total Health. By prioritizing our oral health, we can take important steps toward improving our overall health. This month is an opportunity to recommit ourselves to good oral health habits such as brushing, flossing, and regular dental checkups. Our government will continue promoting oral healthcare as we expand access to the dental care program. I want to take this time to send a shout out to our dental hygienists for all the work that they do. We owe them a lot for making sure that we have the best oral health possible. May they continue to help make our smiles shine bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I have agreed to sponsor the Canadian Cancer Society's Relay for Life in Lotbinière for the second year in a row. It will be held on June 10th. Since the relay began in 1999, the event has been a symbol of perseverance and a message of hope for those affected by cancer. At the relay, participants of all ages take turns walking along a trail or path. This event will take place at Terry Fox Park in Saint-Apollinaire from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. the following morning. The proceeds from the event are used to support innovative research projects on all types of cancer, as well as to provide the largest network of support to help people live better with cancer and to shape public health policy. I invite you to join a team and come walk with me at the Lotbinière Relay for Life. Let's walk for this noble cause, which is near and dear to my heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
The Panchen Lama plays a critical role in Tibetan Buddhism as the person who recognizes the reincarnation of the next Dalai Lama. He also bears the distinction of being the youngest political prisoner in the world. Geden Choki Nyima was taken by the Chinese government at age 6 and has never been seen since. That was 28 years ago. Despite demands from the international community, the PRC has continuously refused to reveal the whereabouts of the Panchen Lama. Tenzin Thupten Rabgyal, the abbot of the Tashi Longpo Monastery, the official seat of the Panchen Lama, will be here in Ottawa this week to speak about the seizure of the Panchen Lama in 1995 and the subsequent seizure of over 1 million Tibetan children placed by the Chinese government into residential schools where they are deprived of their language, their culture, and their religion. Mr. Speaker, the human rights violations against Tibetan Buddhists in the PRC must stop. And as we approach the 34th birthday of the Panchen Lama, I ask all parliamentarians to join with me in calling for his immediate release. Tujiche.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to congratulate the Promo Santé Centre. It's an organization located in Fermeneuve. For nearly 20 years, its mission has been to promote fitness and physical activity. They achieve this through 2 programs, Risk Factors and Rehabilitation. The equipment, as well as professional services, are accessible free of charge to targeted clienteles. Thanks to the vision of Dr. Luc Laurent, the organization's president, the Promo Santé Centre is now affiliated with Montreal Heart Institute's EPIC Centre and is participating in its research project on preventing cognitive decline. We know that to have a healthy community, we must practice healthy lifestyle habits and know how to surround ourselves with people who are experts in this field. I thank the volunteers, the staff, and all the specialists at Promo Santé Centre for their dedication to cardiovascular health and health in general.
Hamilton Mountain.
This week marks both National Volunteer Week, when we recognize the contributions of many volunteers across Canada, and also the Awareness Month for Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects the lives of more than 100,000 Canadians. In my riding of Hamilton Mountain, one woman embodies both these important causes. Kim Petrie, a wife and mother of 3, was diagnosed with Parkinson's 11 years ago when she was just 45 years old. Kim saw an opportunity in her diagnosis to raise both money and awareness for Parkinson's. She rallied her friends, family, and her contacts in the music industry and threw herself into planning Let's Shake. It's an annual local fundraiser for Parkinson's disease that attracts hundreds of people who show up to listen to great live music and support this worthy cause. To date, Kim's efforts have amazingly raised over $300,000 for Parkinson's research. Thank you, Kim, for all you do for our community.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia and Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today and announce the passing in the Senate of my second private member's bill, C-228, on pension protection. This bill will ensure that pensioners who have worked their whole lives for a company will receive the pension benefit they're due. This is accomplished by providing transparency to know which funds are insolvent, to provide a mechanism to transfer funds to make them solvent, and in the case of bankruptcy, to put pensions in priority ahead of creditors. There have been many members of all parties in the House and the Senate who have been trying to pass such a bill for 2 decades. I want to thank all of my colleagues for their help with this. I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, this is a great day for Canadian pensioners. No longer will we see companies go out of business and leave those who have worked hard their whole lives without any pension or with only part of a pension. Thanks to everyone in the House and the Senate who supported the bill. It's a great day for Canadian pensioners.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, our world needs climate action on all fronts, everything, everywhere, all at once. This call for action from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was shared less than a month ago. I want everyone in this House today to reflect on the fact that this is probably the last warning from the scientific community before we exceed the irreversible mark of 1.5 degrees Celsius in global temperature rise. From Hurricane Fiona that devastated my home region of Atlantic Canada, to the ice storm that left millions out of power in Quebec, to the fires that destroyed crops, forests, and towns out west, and the melting permafrost in the north releasing massive amounts of methane that will lead to the catastrophic rapid rise in the planet's temperature. We are no longer talking about hypothetical future impact. It's taking place right before our eyes in all of our communities. On this Earth Day, I want us to keep the climate crisis as a top priority. I urge our government to continue to work towards increasing and fast-tracking our actions to achieve climate justice. I am challenging us to have the courage to do more to support measures, policies, and actions that will lead us into a healthy, sustainable, and livable tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, Parkinson's is a complex disease that affects over 100,000 Canadians, with 6,600 new cases diagnosed each year. My wife Barbara is one of those cases and one of these Canadians. Parkinson's is one of a group of progressive neurological diseases that has no cure and affects both young and old. People with Parkinson's can show tremors or muscle stiffness or rigidity. They can have slow movement, soft speech, small handwriting, depression, loss of smell, or changes in thinking ability. Parkinson's affects each person differently and can be very hard to diagnose. I'd like to thank Parkinson's Canada, Parkinson's Southwest Ontario, and our local Care Partners support group for all the help they've given over the past year to my family. Parkinson's is more than you can see. April is Parkinson's Awareness Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, l'Ancienne Lorette's Figure Skating Club is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. On this occasion, I would like to thank all the thousands of volunteers in the riding of Louis Saint Laurent who are involved in the community to help their fellow citizens. Be it sports club that allow children to enjoy hockey, baseball, soccer, or even karate, children get to discover and enjoy passions thanks to them. We have the Fermières. They teach young people the treasured traditions of craftsmanship, or the Optimist Clubs, which help and, above all, value young people. There are the Rotary Clubs, which allow teenagers to enjoy memorable experiences through international exchanges, not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the Knights, active in Loretteville, l'Ancienne Lorette, and Van Belair, who provide assistance to those who need it the most. And, Mr. Speaker, the Native veterans who, under the leadership of Francine Baudry, meet every month to talk. I love to join them and talk with them. We also have the largest social group in Quebec City, the Club La Belle Époque, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. My congratulations and thanks to the thousands of volunteers which make Louis Saint Laurent the most beautiful riding in the country.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the month of April is Sikh Heritage Month, and no matter where you go in Canada, from coast to coast to coast, you will find that members of our Sikh faith and others are celebrating Vaisakhi, Mr. Speaker. Vaisakhi is such an important time of the year. It's the creation of the Khalsa. The Khalsa is so important to all members of our Sikh community and others. In 1999, we passed a resolution in the Manitoba legislature. I was pleased to be the sponsor, recognizing the importance of the Khalsa. Mr. Speaker, at this time of the year, the month of April, as we appreciate the Sikh Heritage Month and all the valuable contributions that community does for us, it is a part of our Canadian heritage itself. So to each and every one of the members here today, I say Happy Vaisakhi, and do appreciate the Khalsa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, buying a house used to be a milestone moment, like getting your driver's license, starting your career, getting married and becoming a parent, becoming Speaker. But the Liberals' failure to cut red tape and get houses built for most people. In Ontario, the gap between house prices and incomes has become a chasm. Over 8 years, the Liberals have seen house prices grow by 180%, while incomes have only grown 38%. As inflation and the cost of living goes up, an entire generation of young people are left behind, and so is their ability to settle down and pursue their dreams. This Prime Minister is sending a clear message to young Canadians. It doesn't matter how hard you work, what sacrifices you make. With the Liberals in charge, you will never own a home. You will never get to enjoy the same quality of life your parents and your grandparents did. This is unacceptable.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the NDP really earned their keep in this coalition government. Conservative MPs put forward a common-sense motion to have a parliamentary committee investigate allegations of interference at the Trudeau Foundation. This is a foundation that received $125 million in taxpayer money, and the government appoints much of the board. Beijing's influence in the Trudeau Foundation is an issue Canadians are talking about, yet the NDP refused to let people know the truth. What happened? Well, their Liberal masters told the NDP to jump, and the subservient NDP asked, how high? The Liberals said, don't let Canadians know the truth. The NDP said, yes, sir. The NDP aren't even pretending to be separate from the Prime Minister. They're happy to be his lapdog. Who are the NDP really protecting? The Trudeau Foundation, the Prime Minister, or is there something more sinister at play? The NDP had a choice between standing for principles or selling their souls, and now Canadians know which choice the NDP made.
That's right. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the incredible first responders, firemen, linemen, mayors, municipal workers, and countless dedicated volunteers. I thank them for working tirelessly during the recent ice storm that hit my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and more than 1 million Quebecers very hard.
Lives on the line, working day and night to restore electricity, open community centers, provide a warm meal, share generators, and secure the basic needs for those who needed them most. Their courage and commitment exemplify the best of the human spirit, Mr. Speaker, and reflect the strong sense of solidarity that defines our community. Votre détermination.
Your unwavering determination and your outstanding teamwork made it possible for us to weather the storm together. To all those who pitched in, I humbly say thank you.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Christy White, a Haudenosaunee children's book author from Oneida Nation of the Thames, has written beautiful stories about a special boy, Jay, and his friend Gizmo. Like many Indigenous people impacted by the legacy of residential schools and colonialism, Christy's family is dedicated to culture revitalization. Now she writes The Adventures of Jay and Gizmo, illustrated by Sherry Campbell, to give the next generation of Indigenous youth an opportunity to learn to read while connecting with Indigenous language and culture. Whether Jay and Gizmo are learning about powwows, boys with braids, or healthy relationships, Indigenous children are finally seeing themselves in storybooks. Many of her characters are based on real-life people, like when they meet a character inspired by her son River, a hoop dancer that teaches Jay about Indigenous youth with autism. Christy and her family have traveled the country, sharing their stories, teaching about diversity and inclusion. I hope that all Indigenous youth have the opportunity to read about the adventures of Jay and Gizmo, and ask that we all support this inspirational author. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, more than 6 million Jews were murdered between 1933 and 1945. More than 2.5 million were shipped in cattle cars to be exterminated in death camps. The word is strong, I agree, but it is appropriate. These people were killed systematically without any ceremony, any emotion, without having committed any crime other than being Jewish. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising began on April 19, 1943, and by May 16th of the same year, the riot had been crushed and the ghetto was in tatters, but the cattle cars were packed. Our Jewish sisters and brothers and their children were crammed into them to be hauled to extermination factories. 80 years ago to the day, heroes rose up to protect their families and countrymen. I am in deep awe of their courage. There were gas chambers, there was extermination, squalor, starvation, slavery, dehumanization. Humans are capable of the best, but also of the very worst, and that, Mr. Speaker, is rather frightening.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are struggling. Food banks usage is skyrocketing. People are canceling their vacations because they just can't afford it. Yet this Prime Minister just took a $160,000 trip to another friend's villa. This is just another example of the Prime Minister being out of touch with Canadians. This follows up his trip to Tofino, where he went surfing on the first National Truth and Reconciliation Day, and spending $6,000 a night on a room in London, England, with a butler. This is not the reality for any Canadian. Canadians deserve a break. People are tired. Instead, people are trying to pick up shifts and work to ensure they can put food on their table. The family budget cannot keep up with the cost of this government. Mr. Speaker, I don't disagree with taking family trips, but please do not expect hard-working Canadians to pay for them, especially at a time like this. Enough is enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, along the hallway that leads visitors to our House of Commons, you will find the Room of Remembrance. This small room is home to the 8 books of remembrance, books that contain the names of Canadians who gave their lives in military service. Every day at 11 a.m., the pages of the books are turned so that each name may be read at least once every year. This practice has gone uninterrupted since 1942 through fires and pandemics. The room and its important place in preserving our national history was brought to my attention by one of our dedicated parliamentary protection officers, Constable Brad Beliveau, a veteran himself. He informed me that the books were the idea of Colonel Archer Fortescue Dogood, a veteran of the First World War. Colonel Duguid, a military man turned historian, proposed the books as an alternative to a traditional memorial. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to visit the Room of Remembrance and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question orale, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is a failure to increase the cost of the bureaucracy by 50% with poorer services. It is a failure to have 150,000 workers go out on strike, and the biggest general strike in 4 decades. But it is an especially incredible achievement of incompetence to do both of those things at the same time. Right. Only the Prime Minister could pull that off. Now, our veterans, our immigrants, our small businesses, our taxpayers will be without services. How will the Prime Minister fix the government he broke?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the members opposite in the Conservative Party, we deeply respect the work that unions do across the country to stand up for good middle-class jobs. That's why we've ensured that the work is done at the bargaining table. We know there's progress being made, but it's an important principle to respect the work at the bargaining table. That is what we are encouraging people to continue to do because, yes, Canadians deserve their services, and we need to continue to support the public service that delivers those services to Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When the Conservatives were in power, there was no general strike, and government cost 1/3 less. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a failure to increase the cost of bureaucracy by 50%. It's a failure to have 150,000 people striking. It shows incredible incompetence on the Prime Minister's part. He managed to do both at the same time. How will the Prime Minister fix the damage that he has caused to our government and our taxpayers?
The
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to count on the services delivered by the federal government. That's why we encourage everyone to stay at the bargaining table, because that's the way that we will get the results we want. We'll always be there to ensure that Canadians get the services that they need, and we'll also be there, unlike the Conservatives, to defend the principles of unionism and the right to collective bargaining. And we will do that work around the collective bargaining table. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Albert confirmed yesterday that he was gifted $80,000 worth of free accommodations at the villa of a Trudeau Foundation donor. That's what anyone else would have had to pay to stay there over that 9-day vacation. Now, he has a big IOU to those Trudeau Foundation donors, who will obviously be expecting something in return for it. Everyday Canadians pay for their own accommodations when they go on vacation. Will he agree to pay back that $80,000 gift?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I went away with my family and my kids to stay with friends that we have known for decades in a place that I have stayed at many times over the past decades since I was 1 year old, Mr. Speaker. But of course, in all these situations, we work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all the rules are followed, and that happened in this case.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, nobody is raising qualms with the Prime Minister having a vacation. I know it's his favorite thing to do. I had a vacation at the same time. It was a Sunwing package, and I did stay 5 hours waiting at the airport. But that being said, I paid for it myself. We're not asking for the Prime Minister to pay for the security. We're not even asking him to pay for his private jet. We're simply asking him to pay the same price any other family who stayed at that resort would pay, so that he doesn't owe anybody anything. Will he pay back that $80,000?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, these are family friends. My father was godfather to one of their children. Their father was godfather to one of my brothers. Mr. Speaker, these are family friends that we've had for many, many decades, close to 50 years. And over those 50 years, I have been to that vacation spot many, many times with my family, with my father when he was still alive. But of course, Mr. Speaker, we worked with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure all rules were followed. And we followed all the practices in regards to prime ministerial travel, including, unfortunately, having security along with us, which is a requirement for all prime ministers of any party.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And we all agree the Prime Minister should have security. We have no problem with him having friends, and my friends might buy me a cup of coffee or a beer, but not an $80,000 gifted vacation that obviously comes with an IOU. This came from wealthy Trudeau Foundation donors who live in Bermuda, a long way away for his friends. And now these people will have inordinate influence on him. He works for them rather than working for the Canadian people. Will he get rid of this IOU and clear his conscience by paying for his own vacation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't think Canadians are worried about the Leader of the Opposition's friends who buy him a cup of coffee. I think the Canadians are worried about his billionaire friends that he's using to attack local news for Canadians right across the country. His issues with the CBC has brought him to involve American tech giants to try and attack the local news, the local culture, the francophone news that Canadians rely on from coast to coast to coast. Yes, we have our disagreements in this place, but when he goes running to his billionaire tech giant friends to try and attack Canadian institutions, Canadians should be asking tough questions of this leader.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It's now established, Mr. Speaker, that the Chinese regime is behind the $1 billion that the Chinese businessman wanted to give to the University of Montreal. It's also clear that the university was probably aware of this. This is Chinese communist money that the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation solicited for its own activities. $250,000 out of $1 million. Is it not also clear to the Prime Minister that he doesn't have the distance necessary to impose a decision here, and that we need a public independent commission of inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As the Bloc has been doing for a long time, they're attacking the wrong Trudeau. It was the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation that made this decision. And for a decade, I have had no direct or indirect affiliation with that foundation or the decisions that it makes. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, how do you define the right Trudeau? You know, the Prime Minister said that he knew nothing about the Trudeau Foundation, but I have a hard time imagining, well, let's say I'm sure that he knew what was going on. But even if he didn't, he should at least try to be informed, otherwise he's not doing his job properly. So can you tell us how much the Green family gave to the Trudeau Foundation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when I say that I had no direct or indirect affiliation with the Trudeau Foundation and have not for a decade, it's because it's true. So I was not aware of the donation from the Green family, and that shouldn't be surprising because they are long-standing friends who are interested in the same type of things that we're interested in, but I didn't know about it. I didn't know any details about it, and the opposition will have to accept that what I'm saying is true. I didn't have any contact with the Trudeau Foundation and haven't for a decade. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Democrats are extremely disappointed that the Liberal government didn't arrive at a negotiated agreement with the Public Service Alliance of Canada. These are the workers that delivered unprecedented help during the challenging times of the pandemic. They deserve our respect. They don't deserve groans from the Conservatives. They deserve respect. These workers work hard, and now the government's got to step up. The government often talks a good game about collective bargaining, but ends up doing very much the same as the Conservatives. So will the Prime Minister commit to not bringing in back-to-work legislation and instead commit to negotiating a fair deal for these workers?
Honourable Prime Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, government negotiations are, as we speak, at the table with the unions, bargaining in good faith towards getting to the right solution that will continue to deliver the services that Canadians rely on and that they were able to rely on through the pandemic from our extraordinary public service, but also make sure that we're moving forward in responsible ways. This is something that we have always stood for. We will continue to support unions and collective bargaining. This is the first day of labor disruptions. We continue to be very optimistic. We're going to be able to see this resolved where it needs to at the bargaining table.
Member for Burnaby South.
The Liberal government often talks about workers' rights, but their actions are often the same as the Conservatives. Public service workers are some of the workers who worked the hardest during the pandemic. They deserve our respect. Will this Prime Minister commit to not tabling back-to-work legislation? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my NDP colleagues know well, we are currently actively negotiating. Our negotiators are around the bargaining table. We're putting forward responsible proposals that respect the hard work of public service workers over the last few years, but that will also ensure that we will continue to provide services that Canadians need.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We now know from intercepted phone calls that the Chinese consulate sought to influence this Prime Minister by making a $140,000 donation to the Trudeau Foundation, a donation that was arranged and signed off on by the Prime Minister's own brother. This was for the specific purpose of influencing the Prime Minister's decisions as Liberal leader and eventually Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister really expect us to believe he has never discussed the Trudeau Foundation with his brother since that donation?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, I have had no engagement, direct or indirect, with the Trudeau Foundation in close to 10 years. And that includes not knowing about what donations are taking, what decisions they're making, or what my brother is doing on the foundation. I have made that decision 10 years ago to not engage with the foundation, and that is what we have all been consistent with.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He has no direct or indirect involvement with the Trudeau Foundation? Really? Because the annual report for 21-22 lists him as an inactive member and says that he is only withdrawn from the affairs of the foundation for the duration of his involvement in federal politics, meaning he can go back to that big pile of cash when he leaves office, cash that was contributed to by the regime in Beijing. Why does the Prime Minister keep making statements of falsehood about his involvement with his family foundation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the Leader of the Opposition needs to look in a dictionary for the definition of inactive. It goes exactly to what I have said. I have had no involvement, direct or indirect, with the Trudeau Foundation for 10 years. I am completely inactive in that sense because I am active delivering benefits for Canadians, delivering growth through the middle class, delivering dental benefits that member voted against, delivering a child benefit, delivering child care that have made a huge difference for Canadians. That's what I'm active doing, not any of that other stuff.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I did look up the word inactive, and you know what it does not include? Getting the donors of the Trudeau Foundation to pay for your vacation. It does not include getting members of the Trudeau Foundation to be appointed as the election interference watchdog. It does not include appointing a rapporteur to look into that same interference who was an active member of the Trudeau Foundation, and it does not include having a brother who facilitated the donation from a foreign dictatorship. How does the Prime Minister reconcile his inactive involvement with all of those activities?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, viewers watching at home may be surprised to see the extent to which the Leader of the Official Opposition is choosing to focus on me. When they are worried about affordability, they are worried about growth, they are worried about health care, when we are moving forward with a budget that delivers a grocery rebate to Canadians, that delivers health care, that delivers dental care, that delivers a plan for great jobs for the middle class for the coming years, and that member and his entire party will be voting against that budget that helps Canadians tonight. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. We should be helping Canadians here. That's not what he's doing.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What he's doing is helping himself to Trudeau Foundation donor money. Helping himself by using the influence that his office gives to indirectly generate donations to the Trudeau Foundation. And speaking of that, his brother was the one that orchestrated the donation from the Beijing dictatorship to the Trudeau Foundation. He personally attended the announcement of the donation, and it's his name that signed the agreement for the donation. So once again, has the Prime Minister discussed the Trudeau Foundation with his brother since that donation was received?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've already said no to that question. No is the answer. But at the same time, as he tries to focus on me and spinning all sorts of different conspiracy theories, we will continue to stay focused on Canadians, on delivering on our commitments in Budget 2023 with affordability, including the grocery rebate, including cracking down on hidden junk fees and predatory lending, introducing auto filing for taxes for low-income Canadians. We're there to support Canadians during this difficult time. The Leader of the Opposition is going to be voting against that tonight, voting against the support for Canadians that we are going to continue to deliver despite his attacks.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's no attack. We're simply asking him to do what every other Canadian would normally do. The average Canadian pays for their own camping trip, pays for their own family vacation. He gets his vacations funded by Trudeau Foundation donors. We're not asking for him to pay for the security or even for the private jet. We're simply asking for him to pay back the $80,000 gift that he got from his wealthy friends in Bermuda, donors to the Trudeau Foundation. Will he get this IOU out of his pocket and pay the money back?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to focus on me, we will continue to focus on Canadians, including moving forward on strengthening health care. We are in the process of signing historic deals with all the provinces to deliver more family doctors, to deliver better mental health care, to deliver better supports for our frontline workers and a reduction of backlogs, and to deliver better data collection right across the country so we can make sure Canadians are getting the best possible health care from coast to coast to coast. On top of that, we're moving forward with a dental care plan that's going to deliver dental care for Canadians right across the country, and he voted against it.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister really expects us to believe that he has not discussed this donation that the dictatorship in Beijing directed to the Trudeau Foundation, even though it was his brother that signed off on the donation, orchestrated the transaction, and signed the agreement to bring the money home. If he really expects us to believe that, then a very simple question. Will he agree to have his brother come before a parliamentary committee to testify about foreign interference in our country? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you can perhaps rule on this. There is a convention in Parliament that assumes and that accepts that members are telling the truth. So I don't know how many times I have to say no to his question that he is asking. I don't know why it's so hard for people in the Conservative Party of Canada to accept that no means no, but we will continue to answer these questions in full truthfulness, and we will continue, despite his mudslinging and his personal attacks, to focus on delivering things for Canada. Now, the member opposite and everyone in this House has an opportunity to accelerate the grocery rebate. Will they accept the unanimous consent motion that does that?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, The Prime Minister said that we had the wrong Trudeau. Well, I'm going to ask him another question about this by throwing in another Trudeau, Alexandre Trudeau, who signed a very strange agreement with two big Chinese donors who apparently hid the transaction behind a business front. That's something that might interest the Minister of Revenue. Does the Prime Minister talk to his brother? And is his brother in direct or indirect contact with the foundation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, it's been 10 years since I've had no direct or indirect engagement with the Trudeau Foundation, and that includes the fact that I don't discuss the functioning of the foundation with my brother. I have a lot of responsibilities, including helping the middle class in Canada, protecting the French language and culture in Canada, and against conservative attacks. And at the same time, the Bloc is trying to find conspiracy theories, while I am working on delivering for Canadians every day, because that's what Quebecers and Canadians expect from us. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister didn't know anything. He doesn't speak to his brother. Does he talk to his cabinet? In 2016, his cabinet asked questions to the Trudeau Foundation. Does he not talk to his cabinet? When services tell him month after month that there's Chinese interference, he doesn't listen to them. He doesn't listen to anyone. He doesn't talk to anyone. Is the Prime Minister getting back from a vacation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Bloc Québécois might be referring to the fact that in 2016 there was a lot of coverage and a lot of questions about the Trudeau Foundation, and my cabinet did need to go get answers to the questions that the media was asking us, because we didn't know what was happening inside the Trudeau Foundation. Because the cabinet and I did not have any direct or indirect contact with the Trudeau Foundation, and I haven't in 10 years. The leader of the Bloc Québécois said that himself in his question.
Hill. Speaker, everyone agrees that the Prime Minister is entitled to a vacation, and everyone agrees that the cost of security for any Prime Minister when he travels is a reality. But everyone also agrees that $9,000 over 9 nights at a super elite villa of a Trudeau Foundation donor raises some questions. That's $81,000. I'll ask the Prime Minister again, because he has an answer. Will he pay that money back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I went with my family and my children to a place that I have been to probably dozens and dozens of times over the past many decades, because they are long-standing.
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm starting to hear some names being called back and forth again. I want to remind the honourable members not to call each other names, just to respect out of the chamber, if nothing else. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, you have 30 seconds.
Speaker, it is interesting to see the extent to which the Conservative Party doesn't want to talk about Budget 2023 and all the measures that we're putting forward to support Canadians, whether it's the grocery rebate, whether it's the work we're doing on supporting small businesses by reducing credit card fees, whether it's by moving forward on dental care supports that the Conservatives continue to oppose. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to focus on Canadians while they, for some reason, focus on me.
Hear, hear.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we're focused on the Prime Minister's vacation, and I know that there's a lot of Canadians who believe that he should take a permanent vacation, but this is like a vacation auction. You donate to the foundation, you get a holiday with the Prime Minister. It's pay to play. He didn't pay the $81,000 back for his luxury villa, because if he did, he would have said so. So what did those donors get for the gift that ordinary Canadians that he works for didn't?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
That family includes a godfather to one of my brothers, and my father was godfather to one of those children. We have been family friends for decades. We will continue to be family friends for decades more, Mr. Speaker. And as always, we work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that all the rules are followed. That's what Canadians know and understand. But Canadians are probably puzzled as to why the Conservative Party continues to stand against dental care, continues to stand against support for for low-income Canadians, continues to stand against childcare that is saving Canadians hundreds of dollars a month at a time of need.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister doesn't live on the same planet as most Canadians. He's more afraid of the end of the world than he is of the end of the month. We also know that the friends that he goes on vacation with are very, very wealthy. But as Prime Minister, he has an ethical and moral responsibility to pay for his personal expenses when he's travelling. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he will pay for the accommodation that he had in Jamaica? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important that Canadians can trust in the work that we're doing here. That's why we have an Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner who gives us guidelines about how we can continue to do our work with integrity and to maintain the trust of Canadians. In this case, when I went to vacation with friends, I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all of the rules were followed, and they were. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. His team briefed him before the trip. They said, be careful about the optics. Optics about what? Well, the optics of going on vacation with multimillionaire friends while Canadians are having a hard time making ends meet. Now, I can understand that he was invited, but look, the estate is called Jamaica's Prospect Estate. It's a place where people go and pay over $1,000 a day to stay there. This is a place that is made to be rented out. The problem is that from an ethical and moral point of view, the Prime Minister should be paying for his own expenses. Will he pay the $80,000? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was a year old the first time that we went to stay with those friends. Over the decades, I continued to be friends with these people and to visit them. Sometimes I went to their place, sometimes they came to my place. We're true friends, Mr. Speaker, and I think that even the Conservatives should understand that concept of long-standing friendship. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, as is always the case, we worked very closely with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all of the rules were followed, and they were. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, je me rappelle du moment où j'ai été élu en 2011.
Mr. Speaker, I remember the time I was elected in 2011. The Conservatives filed back-to-work legislation against the Postal Office. It's crazy. 12 years later, a Liberal government is about to act like the Conservatives did. For the NDP, it's clear. We will always stand with workers. Will the Prime Minister show himself to be a Conservative and impose back-to-work legislation, or will he work to negotiate a good agreement for all of those who were there during the pandemic? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Despite the trouble that I had actually hearing the member's question, I can say that we are working in good faith and we are around the bargaining table because for years we have shown that we respect the work of unions, the essential work that they do to defend the middle class and good jobs, including public service jobs. And we will continue to work in good faith around the bargaining table to ensure that services can be provided to Canadians.
For London.
Workers who serve the people of London are on strike today demanding a fair deal from this government. These workers deserve respect. People in London are looking carefully at what the government does next. Will they do what they usually do and show their Conservative colours, or will they listen to workers' legitimate demands and commit to not introducing back-to-work legislation?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative colours. The member opposite knows full well that the very first thing we did when we got elected was eliminate the Conservative anti-union legislation 525 and 377. The attacks the Conservatives laid on Labour were legendary, and that's why we've worked in partnership with organised unions, organised Labour across this country to deliver real services to Canadians. And that's why we continue to sit at the bargaining table in good faith to work with them to continue to deliver the quality of services that Canadians have always gotten from the public service and deserve to continue to get.
Well, member for King King's Hants.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in King's Hants rely on getting quality news to inform them on what's happening at home and indeed across Canada. The recent attacks by the Conservative opposition leader on Canada's media and journalists is resembling the same type of playbook of the extreme right-wing politics in the United States. By attacking Canada's public broadcaster, they are undermining an important way Canadians stay informed, particularly in Francophone communities, rural Canada. Can the Prime Minister...
I'm going to have to interrupt. I'm having a hard time hearing the question. Maybe take the question not from the top, but about halfway, please.
But you know what, Mr. Speaker, the fact that I'm getting drowned down is actually just a real illustration of where the Conservative Party of Canada is at right now. Let me ask this, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister comment on this government's approach to protecting local media and vibrant news outlets in this country in opposition to what that party is standing for right now?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for King's Hants for his important question and his extraordinary hard work. I know that he and MPs from coast to coast to coast have heard from constituents who understand the vital role that local news plays in their communities. That's why it's so disappointing to see the Conservative leader copy-paste right-wing talking points from the States in his effort to shut down these local news outlets. On this side of the House, we will always stand up for the important services that rural, Francophone, and indeed families across the country rely on.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. The Trudeau Foundation, named for the father of the current Prime Minister, and which, according to its annual report, where 2 seats are reserved for members of the family, the Prime Minister and his brother, Alexandre Trudeau, that shows that the foundation is a family one, and the Prime Minister spent a great deal of taxpayers' money on donors to the foundation. And he has said a number of things about how he has spent a lot of time with these friends who are donors to the foundation. How many times? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives using or putting forth conspiracy theories. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that we will always respect the Ethics Commissioner's recommendations about all of my personal travel. And, Mr. Speaker, at the same time, I can also say that for 10 years I have not been directly or indirectly engaged with the Trudeau Foundation. The Honourable Member. It's so difficult, Mr. Speaker, to get answers from the PM about simple questions. We asked him how much he personally paid for his travel to Jamaica recently, but the Prime Minister doesn't want to answer. I also asked a simple question. After hearing what he himself said today, he said himself that he many times, dozens of times, went to Jamaica to stay on this private property. So I'm just asking for a simple answer. How many times did he go stay in Jamaica since he's been an MP in this House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that was the first time since I was Prime Minister that I went to visit those friends. And by memory, I think I only went one time when I was an MP here before becoming PM. But, Mr. Speaker, as is always the case, we work with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure that all rules are followed, even when we are just visiting friends.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and 1.5 million Canadians are using the food bank every month. Their rent or mortgage payments have doubled since this Prime Minister took office, and many of them don't know how they'll be able to pay the bills at the end of each month. So while Canadians are struggling with the cost of living, this Prime Minister jets off on a Jamaican vacation for $81,000 at a private villa, courtesy of a big-time Trudeau Foundation donor. How much of that gift did the Prime Minister pay back out of his own pocket?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative Party really cared about Canadians and affordability instead of on personal attacks on me, they would move forward on actually supporting the budget we're putting forward tonight, that is delivering affordability supports, mental, dental, and health care supports to Canadians, as well as building great jobs in the growing green economy right across the country. Indeed, they have an even sooner opportunity to do that. Will they let pass the unanimous consent motion that will accelerate delivery of the grocery rebate to 11 million Canadians across the country? Please, I hope they support that motion now.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, this Prime Minister has spent $21 billion more on the public service and $22 billion on outside consultants. And yet he wasn't capable of negotiating an agreement with the public service. And Mr. Speaker, it's Canadians who are suffering, Canadians who are not receiving their passports, Canadians' loved ones whose immigration processes will be elongated, and it's Canadians who will not receive their tax refunds. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister take responsibility and apologize not only to the public service, but to Canadians for failing to reach a negotiation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we know all too well what the Conservative playbook would be on this. Back to work legislation even before the picket lines were brought up. That's what they've done before. That's their go-to on this. On this side of the House, we actually respect and work with unions as partners. We respect the right to collective bargaining. We have been at the table working constructively. They continue to be at the table right now in constructive conversations, and we will continue to be there to make sure that Canadians get the services they need and public servants continue to get the respect they deserve but that they don't get from Conservatives.
Le député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Trudeau Foundation, which bears the name of the PM's father, Pierre Trudeau, and on the board of which sits Alexandre Trudeau, the PM's brother, and we know that it received donations for a statue of his father, Pierre Trudeau. He has admitted that his cabinet is in contact with the foundation. Doesn't that mean that he himself has had fairly direct contact with the foundation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, there were a number of questions going around, questions that I was getting in this House, for example, about the Trudeau Foundation. And that's why my cabinet asked some questions in order to know what was happening with the foundation. Because as I said, for 10 years I haven't had direct or indirect contact with the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation. I just don't understand what part of this answer the leader of the Bloc Québécois is refusing to accept. But it's the truth. And it's what I've been saying for some time. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we see this Prime Minister not doing his work as he's getting roasted for this matter, just like the barbecue he was talking about earlier. He should be paying attention to his work. So let me put an end to this water torture. Why not allow Parliament to choose someone to direct a public and independent inquiry that he won't have anything to do with, so that he can finally get back to his actual work? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the Bloc Québécois wants this government to get back to its work, well, he just has to vote in favour of our budget tonight, because we are here to deliver measures to help Canadians with the cost of living. We are here to help SMEs with credit card charges. We are here to help Canadians by investing in the healthcare system with dental care for Canadians. We will be there to create good middle-class jobs with a green pivot for the years to come, which will give us good jobs and growth throughout the country. The leader of the Bloc Québécois has a simple choice. Will he support our budget or not?
Le chef de l'opposition.
And yet, all that matters is the results. And the result is that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and 1.5 million eating at food banks every single month. Some are eating out of garbage bins because of his inflationary policies. His solution? that we're voting against is to bring in a 41 cent a litre carbon tax that will cost $1,500 per household in net expenses after rebates on higher home bills, higher grocery bills, and higher gas bills. Will he axe his tax if he really wants to help?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the leader opposite wants to talk about what we've done since 2015. Let's talk about that. We've lifted over 435,000 children out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit, which his party campaigned against. We created over 50,000 childcare spaces to date and cut childcare fees in half across the country, including 6 provinces and territories that are $10 a day that he voted against. We've helped over 230,000 kids access dental care so far, which his party voted against. Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we've been there for Canadians. He's been there for himself.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This from the guy who just stuffed his face with an $80,000 free vacation. Sometimes you make it easy for me, Justin. Mr. Speaker, if only it was a laughing matter that 1 in 5 Canadians are eating at food banks, some of them going to the CEO of those food banks asking for help with medical assistance in dying. And his solution is to raise taxes on farmers and truckers who bring food to our grocery stores, which will inevitably lead to more hunger and famine. If he has any common sense at all, will he finally axe his carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in Canada knows that you cannot have a plan for growing the economy if you do not have a plan to fight climate change. Everybody except the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker. While we have moved forward by putting a broad price on pollution and bringing down our emissions over the past number of years, we have also put more money back in the pockets of Canadians. And Canadians know that as we fight climate change and support them through this challenging time, they will be able to have better jobs for themselves and their kids for the coming decades.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And yet, the parliamentary budget officer that he appointed has calculated that the cost of the carbon tax to the average family is $1,500 more than these phony rebates that they get back. This is not just a 41 cent a litre tax on gas he wants to impose, but then it'll raise the cost for farmers and truckers to bring food. So it is a food tax. Is his solution to the fact that 1.5 million Canadians are starving and going to food banks to raise taxes on food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Our solution is to continue to invest in affordability for Canadians, including with the grocery rebate that we really hope the Conservatives will vote to accelerate, even though they will probably vote against it tonight in the budget vote. In regards to the price on pollution, the member knows that constituents in his riding, the average family of 4, will be receiving over $1,000 in carbon price returns this year, because that offsets the cost of the price on pollution that they are facing. It is both a plan to fight climate change and grow the economy while supporting Canadians, and we will continue with it.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, the National Shipbuilding Strategy is a program that will enable us to create and maintain good jobs throughout the country. Previously, Seaspan and Irving shipyards were involved in the strategy, and now there will be a third one. A third official shipyard, the Davie Shipyard at Lévis. Can the Prime Minister tell us more about this important announcement and its effects on the economy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for the question and her hard work. We recently announced that Davie Shipyard at Lévis will be the third strategic partner under the National Shipbuilding Strategy. This represents $21 billion in revenue and 4,500 well-paid jobs in the region of Quebec City. Davy is currently working on the design and construction of 6 icebreakers and 1 of 2 polar icebreakers for the ship for the Coast Guard. We will be there for Quebec in a way that the Conservative Party has never been.
Position.
So just pay this 41 cent a litre tax, and the Prime Minister will send you something called a carbon price return. That's his latest term for it. It's almost like you get one of those emails asking for you to give the password to your bank account so they can deposit a carbon price return into Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that this tax is a scam. It hasn't reached any of the climate change targets, and yet is going to be a net cost to every family of $1,500. Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. Will he axe his tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite choose to spend a little time in his riding of Carleton, because if he did, he would hear from family members and individuals in his riding who just last Friday received the Climate Action Incentive check to families right across his riding, right across Ontario, in one of payments every 3 months that will total over $1,000 for Ontario families of 4 to help them offset the price pollution that we put and continue to build good jobs and a better future for all Canadians. That's what we're doing. People know we have to fight climate change and support families.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oh, I have spent time in my riding, and what they're talking about is that they can't afford to put gas in their car because the Prime Minister's carbon tax is already 14 cents a litre, rising to 41 cents a litre. And according to a report, page 3 of the Parliamentary Budget Officer whom he appointed, the net cost to the average Ontario family, above and beyond any rebate checks they will get, is $1,820 a year. Mr. Speaker, this is not an environmental plan. It is a tax scam. Will he axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report concurs with our analysis that points out that 8 out of 10 families across the country in regions where the federal backstop is brought in do better with the climate action rebate than the carbon price costs them. This is something that is well established. What is less clear, Mr. Speaker, is how the Conservative Party of Canada plans to grow the economy and create good jobs for the future when they refuse to accept that climate change is real and also provides an opportunity to innovate and grow the economy.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, not only does page 3 of the Parliamentary Budget Officer report show that when you add the fiscal and economic cost, the net cost above and beyond the rebates is $1,820 per Ontario family, with the majority, the vast majority, paying more than they get back. And apparently the Environment Minister didn't get the memo. He let the cat out of the bag and admitted that Canadians would pay more in taxes than they got back in any benefits, proving that everything this Prime Minister has said on this tax has been false. Why won't he admit what his Environment Minister has already said and say this is a scam?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think it would do some good for the Leader of the Opposition to speak to some of his caucus members, whether they be from the Lower Mainland and the Fraser Valley in BC, or whether it be across the prairies, places where they're dealing with flooding or more extreme wildfires, to think that there is no cost associated with climate change.
It's just getting loud again. I just want to make sure that the honourable member who asked the question gets to hear the answer. We don't want shouting or trying to interrupt anyone. I'm going to ask everyone to just take a deep breath. Right Honourable Prime Minister, maybe start from the top so the honourable member can hear the answer.
Over the past years, we have seen right across the country, including in many Conservative-held ridings that should be telling this to their leader, that the cost of inaction on fighting climate change is getting alarmingly high. Whether it's floods or wildfires or droughts, we are seeing impacts of climate change that are going to get worse and worse. That is why it is necessary to have a plan to fight climate change and grow the economy in sustainable ways that'll give great jobs for Canadians for the coming decades. Well, that's exactly what we've done with our approach on fighting climate change and in our latest budget.
L'honorable député, the honourable member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, last week, Environment and Climate Change Canada published the National Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory. This annual exercise sums up the state of fighting climate change in Canada. There are a number of pieces of good news in the report. Can the Prime Minister tell this House about Canada's record on GHG emissions reductions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Pierrefonds Dollard for his question. A very relevant one, in fact, especially given the questions we've been getting from the Conservatives. We are pleased to announce that Canada's emissions are going down compared to previous levels, and we are also growing our economy at the same time. And this is not something that happened by chance. We have brought in historic policies. I'm sorry, it's getting ridiculous. I'm trying to hear the Prime Minister's answer. It's almost impossible. I'm going to ask everyone to calm down. And I will ask the Prime Minister to start about halfway through his question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are pleased to announce that Canada's emissions are going down compared to 2019 and 2005 levels. And we are continuing to also help our economy grow. And since 2015, we have taken historic action, notably by putting a price on pollution. Conservatives are saying we must choose between air quality and the strength of the economy. But we are meeting both of those goals, and we will also be meeting our 2030 climate goals.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Look, we've heard a lot of non-answers today, Mr. Speaker. Workers deserve decent wages and good working conditions. The Liberal government claims they support workers, but at the last moment they act like Conservatives and don't have the workers' backs when they take a stand. For the final and last time today, Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to protecting workers' rights and not force workers back to work, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are engaged in full respect, in debate, in discussions and negotiations at the bargaining table, which is where that needs to happen. Our negotiators and the unions are hard at work finding a way to ensure that we continue to support and respect the extraordinary public servants who've worked so hard, including over these past difficult years of pandemic, to deliver services for Canadians at the same time as we move forward in a way that is responsible for Canadian taxpayers. This is the work we will do in good faith and positively, like we have always engaged with unions across the country.
Honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians know that the federal carbon tax is a farce. It siphons 14.3 cents a litre from the pockets of consumers. It increases the cost of living. It contributes to inflation, and it causes even higher food prices. Sadly, the carbon tax does little to fight climate change. Equally disturbing, Mr. Speaker, there is tax cascade.
Interrupt there and ask the honourable member to start again. I just couldn't hear the question.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians know that the federal carbon tax is a farce. It siphons 14.3 cents a litre from the pockets of consumers. It increases the cost of living. It contributes to inflation, and it causes even higher food prices. Sadly, the carbon tax does little to fight climate change. Equally disturbing, Mr. Speaker, there is tax cascading, where the government levies the GST on all the other gasoline taxes. They're taxing taxes. If the Prime Minister wants to provide a meaningful, sustained rebate to financially struggling Canadians, why doesn't he lower his carbon tax, cash cow, and axe a tax on gasoline taxes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can only think of the poor residents of Spadina, Fort York, who elected a member who would promise to fight for the environment, fight.
Okay. Order. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I can only feel bad for the citizens of Spadina, Fort York, who elected someone they thought was going to stand up for them, deliver them supports while putting a price on pollution and returning more money to the pockets of hardworking Ontarians. And now he's just spewing Conservative talking points. It's a real shame to see that, Mr. Speaker, but on this side of the House, we will continue to stand and fight for Canadians and for the fight against climate change.
Yes, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. We have a point of order for the Minister of Tourism. We already have a...
amongst the parties, and I would like to ask for unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-46, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Income Tax Act, be deemed read a second time and referred to Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at that report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
The Honourable, all those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services is riding on a point of order.
Me? Point of order? Mr. Speaker, today in question period, while the Prime Minister was answering a question, I heard the Leader of the Opposition call the PM repeatedly a freeloader, and shortly after that, Mr. Speaker,
Minister. Hang on. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister.
Shortly after that, the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousands Islands, Rideau Lake repeated that insult, Mr. Speaker.
One second. Please continue.
To this place, I was really impressed by the rules of order, Mr. Speaker, that really encourage us to debate policy without resulting to personal slurs and attacks. Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing for the many young people who are considering an entry into politics, including many women, to watch the member of the opposition, including the leader.
We're starting to get into debate right now, so I'm going to ask the honourable member to sit down. I'll take it under consideration. We have a point of order from the leader, and then over to the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The honourable member, or the honourable leader of the opposition.
Yes, on the same point, Mr. Speaker, I've consulted the Cambridge Dictionary. A freeloader is a person who uses money, food, a room in a house given by other...
Starting to get into debate, I'm going to have to interrupt. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, as you can well imagine, it was always hard to hear everything from here, but it was pretty clearly the case that the Leader of the official opposition used the Prime Minister's first name in some of that tumult. Perhaps you can listen to the tapes and determine if that occurred.
On the first point of order, I believe I addressed it when I heard it, and I want to remind the honourable members to use their language judiciously. On the other hand, on the other one, we'll look into it and see exactly what's happened, if there was anything used by the honourable member, and we'll come back to the House should we see it necessary. But again, I want to remind everyone that we're here for the good of the country, not to call each other names, and to debate, not to argue. It being 3:21, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration concerning the extension of time to consider Bill 245. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, extension of time pursuant to Standing Order 97.1 to consider Bill S-245, an act to amend the Citizenship Act granting citizenship to certain Canadians, presented on Tuesday, April 18th, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period, la période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh. Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchik.
Mr. Kuzmarchik.
Ms. O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latenzio.
Ms. Latenzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga. Koga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Henley.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
All right. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Hallam.
Mr. Hallam.
Ms. Lewis Alderman from Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda Salgangari.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmiel.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battleford Lordminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Galland.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Mutz.
Mr. Mutz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. Maysanish Gulf Highlands.
Maysanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre est en droit.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Dong.
Hi, Speaker. My app didn't work. I would like to vote in favor.
In favor?
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 314, 314. Nays contre, 0 aucun.
I declare this motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-239 under private members' business.
Question is as follows. Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien, seconded by Mr. Simard, moved that Bill C-239, an act to amend an act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commencerons avec le parrain.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Terry.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. Que tous ceux...
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Cinquième rang.
Fifth row.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Rempel-Garner.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Radikoff.
Mr. Radikoff.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Fogg Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
On my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda Salgangari.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Ducet.
Monsieur Brunel-Ducet.
Row on my
Mr.
left.
Bazan. Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row on my right. Third row on my right.
Ms. May Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row on my right. Second row on my right. Première rangée à ma droite. Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Rangée.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Fifth row.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Third row on
Mr.
my
Cannings.
left.
Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Second row on
Ms.
my
Blaney.
left.
Blaney.
Ms. Idlaug.
Idlaug.
First row.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Zubiri.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobera.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latenzio.
Ms. Latenzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Row on my right.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Cormier.
Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Hausfather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Back to Ms. Ing.
Back to Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Mr. Fisher. Sorry, correction, Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chasek.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote no. Nay.
Et contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 170, 170.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 25 minutes. I have the honor to inform the House, if I can have your attention. Shh. There we go. I have the honor to inform the House that messages have been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi.
Bill S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release, and domestic violence recognizance orders.
Bill S-210, an act to restrict young persons' online access to sexually explicit material. Projet de loi.
Bill S-246, an act respecting Lebanese Heritage Month.
Tabling documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. L'honorable député de Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, August 20 to 26, 2022. Thank you.
Here, here. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, actually, I was just informed today by my clerk at Proc that I have to ask for concurrence to have the reports for extension of these 4 provinces to go through, and I have not asked my colleagues in the other parties for concurrence yet, so I will do my due diligence before coming back to the House, but I do hope to see extensions requested, but once the process is followed. Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you. We'll come back and do those ones hopefully tomorrow. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills, and therefore motions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So glad to have caught your eye. I'm tabling a petition on behalf of my constituents. In the past 130 years, the Hazara ethnic group has faced an ongoing genocide, systematic ethnic cleansing in Afghanistan. As you know, I've tabled petitions on this before on behalf of constituents of mine. They're also raising the fact that the Taliban regime is responsible for the ongoing massacre of Hazaras in Afghanistan. Gunmen have been directly involved in executions of Hazaras and forcing them to leave their homeland. They're calling on the government of Canada again to recognize the ongoing genocide and the persecution of Hazaras, and calling upon the government of Canada to prioritize Hazaras as part of the government's own 40,000 Afghan target by end of year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Speaker, I once again rise to table a petition regarding the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. The petitioners wish to bring to the attention of this House the fact that the Chinese government has waged a nationwide persecution campaign against Falun Gong practitioners, which has resulted in arrests, with many being in prison for up to 20 years. They add that this includes torture and abuse. They also indicate that investigators have concluded that tens of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners, prisoners of conscience, have been put to death, and that their organs were seized involuntarily for sale at high prices. They call on this Parliament to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend Canadian legislations to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to present petitions on a theme that many of my constituents raise frequently, and that is the need for electoral reform. These petitioners are particularly looking for this Parliament and this government to establish a National Citizens Assembly on electoral reform, to require that Citizens Assembly complete its work within 12 months, and that then the government should adopt its recommended changes for our electoral system to end the perverse first-past-the-post voting system before the next federal election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present petition 4350, petition to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Whereas on February 6, 2023, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake was recorded in Turkey and northern Syria. Over 50,000 are dead and hundreds of thousands injured, left without shelter in freezing conditions. The 742 signed citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to establish a public policy to facilitate and expedite the granting of permanent resident status to children who were left homeless and who lost at least one parent because of the earthquake, along with their accompanying surviving parent or other adult on whom they depend for economic, emotional, and social needs, and to establish a public policy to facilitate and expedite the sponsorship under family class by Canadian citizens or PRs of any of their Syrian relatives who identify themselves as directly being affected by the earthquake. Thank you.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few petitions that I will table relatively quickly. The first petition is in support of Bill C-257, which is an excellent private member's bill put forward by me. It would seek to prohibit discrimination on the basis of political activity or belief by adding reference to political belief or activity to the Canadian Human Rights Act. One effect of this is that people could bring human rights complaints against social media companies if they were facing political discrimination by those companies. The second petition deals with immigration from Hong Kong. In particular, petitioners note that while a desire has been expressed to allow those who have been convicted of political offenses as part of political persecution in Hong Kong to still be able to come to Canada, that in practice the exemptions that were given only apply in cases of convictions under the national security law, whereas in many cases there has been persecution of Hong Kong democracy activists, not through the national security law, but through other means. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong, to affirm its commitment to render all national security law charges and convictions irrelevant and invalid in the context of considering Canadian immigration, but also to create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy movement-related convictions may provide an explanation for such convictions on the basis of which the government can grant exemptions, and to work with other allies to ensure that Hong Kong people who are convicted for political purposes and aren't otherwise criminal should not be barred from coming to Canada on the basis of criminal record related provisions. The third petition I'm tabling highlights the ongoing detention of Hussein Chalil and asks the government to take a number of steps to secure the release of Mr. Chalil. including demand the recognition of his citizenship, formally highlight the priority of his release, appoint a special envoy to secure his release, and seek the assistance of the Biden administration. Next, I'm tabling a petition that raises significant concerns about recommendations in the Minister of National Defense's Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination that produced its final report last year. Concerns that these recommendations, in fact, are paradoxically discriminatory in that it calls for the exclusion of religious clergy from many mainstream denominations on the basis of the government apparently having objections to aspects of their doctrine. The final petition I'm tabling is from those who are strongly opposed to the legalization of child killing in Canada in the name of so-called medical assistance in dying. Petitioners are strongly opposed to proposals to legalize the killing of children by the medical system, and they call on the government to block any attempt to allow the killing of children in Canada.
Presenting of petitions, I need to remind everybody there's 15 minutes to do petitions, and we've got a whole 8 minutes left. Petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, that's great, Mr. Speaker, because I got lots to say in this petition. Mr. Speaker, it's timely that I'm tabling this petition today on behalf of British pensioners who've had their pensions basically frozen through the index on pensions by the government of the United Kingdom. These are pensioners that have retired in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and it's timely because the Canadian Alliance of British Pensioners are here having their first ever frozen pension day on the Hill. And they're calling on Canada to take action, Mr. Speaker, because we know these pensioners are losing tens of thousands of dollars over the course of their retirement. With the current inflation crisis, many seniors are having trouble making ends meet. And Canada is second only to Australia in its number of UK pensioners, with around 144,000 United Kingdom retirees. And the indexation of the pensions is entirely dependent on specific agreements between countries, and Canada does not have an indexing agreement with the UK or a social security agreement. British pensioners living in places such as the US and Jamaica and the European Union receive their full UK state pension, which is annually updated as these countries have reciprocal social security agreements with the UK. And even UK citizens who are now living in Canada, who continue to pay into their pensions while living outside of the UK, do not have an index pension. Pensions are deferred wages, and they must be able to support the people who rely on them. For some seniors, the lost income can mean a retirement of poverty, and it's estimated that a frozen British pensions cost the Canadian economy close to $1 billion annually, according to the Canadian Alliance of British Pensioners. So therefore, they're calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to negotiate an end to the cost of living index freeze by the Government of the United Kingdom for recipients of the British state pension for those that live in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to table a petition on behalf of over 1,200 people who recognize that, first of all, homes should be first and foremost places for people to live and not commodities for institutional investors to trade. They note that the commodification of housing, including the rapid rise of institutional investors like real estate investment trusts and their holdings, have substantially contributed to the unaffordability of housing and worsened the housing crisis that we're in. They recognize that REITs comprise some of Canada's largest corporate landlords, and they've long received special tax treatment from the federal government. They also note that REITs have grown from owning no rental suites at all in 1996 to nearly 200,000 in 2021. As a result, they call on the Government of Canada on a number of items, including to remove the tax exemption for real estate investment trusts and to use the revenue that would be generated in doing so to invest in quality, affordable, and dignified nonprofit and cooperative housing. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present petitions signed from Canadians from across the country, and they're concerned about the comments of Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians when he recommended euthanasia for babies from birth to 1 year of age coming into the world with severe deformities or serious syndromes. This proposed legalization of killing of infants has deeply disturbed many Canadians, and they want to make sure that this place understands that infanticide is always wrong. Therefore, they've calling on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to bring this forward. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who have concerns about they want to have the right to be protected from discrimination. Canadians can and do face discrimination, and it's fundamental that Canada has the right to be politically active at the best interest of Canadian democracy. They want to ensure that public debate and the exchange of differing ideas continues, and they're asking for Bill C-257 to add protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Therefore, the undersigned are calling for the support of this bill and to defend the rights of all Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The final petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, today comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the increased risk of violence against women when they are pregnant. Currently, the injury or death of preborn children as victims of crime are not considered an aggravating circumstance in sentencing as proposed in the Criminal Code of Canada. And Canada has no abortion law, and this legal void is so extreme that we don't even recognize preborn children as victims of crime. Justice requires that the attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn children be sentenced accordingly, and this sentence should match the crime. Therefore, the people that have signed this petition are calling on the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and the infliction of harm on her preborn child as an aggravating circumstance for sentencing proposed in the Criminal Code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petition, présentant cette pétition. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1281, 1285, 1287, and 1288. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 1286 could be made order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally then, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And notices a motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Please have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Real Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that the Interim Ethics Commissioner has resigned that role effective today. As a result, there are decisions that the office cannot proceed with based upon functions that only the Commissioner can undertake. After the politicization of that role by the Liberal government, the office remains paralyzed. The official opposition invites the government to meaningfully consult with recognized parties on an appointee whose appointment avoids even the appearance of a conflict of interest.
Well said.
I thank the member for that intervention. Wasn't a point of order, but I will take that under advisement. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, voies et moyens numéro 10, reprise du débat sur la politique.
Government order, resuming debate on the government's budget.
L'honorable député.
Debate, the honourable member for La Prairie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Shefford. Here we have yet another budget. When I saw the budget, I thought of two things. It reminded me of two things. First, when I taught economy in CEGEP and universities, I would use the budget and analyze it. And when I saw the budget, I would say to myself, thank goodness I'm not going to have to analyze this in front of 70 students because there's not much going on economically because it's very uninspired. And the second thing that the budget reminded me of is my party leader. My party leader is incredible. At the speech from the throne in 2021, you see across the way they're laughing because they know I'm right. Thank you for laughing to show that I'm right. During the speech from the throne. All right, so the Liberals came in 2021. It took them a while, a couple of months, for us to reconvene in the House. So finally, we got here to the House. The government gave the speech from the throne. And I remember our leader rose and said, "This government is shop-worn, tired." Imagine, right after you're elected, you make a speech from the throne, but it's already tired, repetitive. This budget, this recent one, it reminded me of that exact description from our leader. It's a tired budget, it's a tired government. There are two aspects of the budget which are really striking. First, the government bought themselves a majority. They've done it before, they did it again. They made sure to join forces with their good buddies, the NDP. For the better and for the worse, this union and the NDP are standing with the government for the better and for the worst. The government lets big oil in the West cause pollution, and the NDP, their big chums, they're on board with it. In order to ensure the NDP's continued support, the Liberals gave them a gift, a $13 billion gift, dental care. Is that a bad thing? No, not necessarily, but it depends how it's done. I've been in politics for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. I've been around for a while. I've seen many bills. The worst bill I've ever seen is the dental care bill tabled in the fall. It's catastrophically bad. I could barely believe my eyes. It made so little sense. My eyes were basically bleeding when I read it. It's nonsense. It's like giving people $150 for going to the dentist or driving in front of a dentist's office. Then the government seemed to realize that there could be a lot of fraud and abuse of their system. Well, the opposition could have told them that right off the bat. That was worrisome. Then, in the budget, they said that they'd be expanding the reach and the scope of dental care. Worrisome. We know that this is interfering in provincial jurisdiction. This undermines Quebec, which offers more generous dental care than this federal dental care. So that's upsetting. We hope that the bill will respect provincial jurisdiction and will respect Quebec's jurisdiction. The government, when it sits down to prepare the bill, I hope very much that it will respect provincial jurisdiction. The NDP, though, they are very centralizing. They love to expand the government's tentacles. They love to increase spending. The NDP are just Liberals who are in a rush. The NDP, when they wake up in the middle of the night, they think about centralizing. They perhaps dream of a world without provinces. Seems like that's what they want. So imagine the NDP and the Liberals together putting their heads together to come up with legislation. I hope that they'll remember that provinces exist, and I hope they'll remember that Quebec exists. So, two striking aspects of the budget. First, that I've just mentioned and spoken about, dental care. And second, I'd like to talk to you about priorities. Mr. Speaker, when we go out and talk to Canadians, some things will be mentioned very clearly. Yet, there's nothing in the budget, or almost nothing, about Canadians' real priorities. People's priorities aren't in the budget. Quebec's priority is health. The Liberals say that maybe Quebec's government is mismanaging healthcare and underfunding it, misfunding. And to that I say, Roger, that's just a random name because there are no Liberals named Roger. Listen, Roger, all provinces have healthcare problems. Does that maybe alert you to the fact that there is a problem? You don't need a PhD to understand that the problem isn't with the provinces. The problem that's common to all the provinces is Ottawa. Then the provinces had to even advertise on buses to talk about how much they need healthcare increased to 35%. So then Ottawa said, well, for Quebec, for example, instead of giving you $6 billion, we'll give you $1 billion. And we're not going to guarantee growth. We're going from 27% to 24%. And across the way, people applaud for that. They stand up, they get all excited. Well, calm down. It's not excited. When the Liberals were first elected, the federal government was paying 24% of total healthcare costs. Then they went down to 22%, and then finally back up to 24%. Big victory there. Well done, champions. In the budget 2023, it says that the healthcare system is dysfunctional, not working. They wrote that. It's written in the budget. But then they give 1/6 of the funding that provinces are calling for. Another priority, housing. That's clear as day. It's in the news every day. Also, the labor shortage. The Liberals say that we need to find solutions to the labor shortage. Well, I haven't heard any solutions from that side of the House, from those who wrote the budget, but the solution is actually pretty simple. Seniors aged 65 to 74, if they go back to work, they need to be exempt. They need to have some incentives. We need to use the carrot rather than the stick. We need to really motivate people, incentivize them. But the Liberals would rather make seniors poorer. So there's no carrot or stick. It's stick and then a bigger stick. They're harming seniors. And someone across the way once answered one of my questions and told me that if seniors need more money, they should just go back to work to make more money. My colleague, the member for Shefford, will talk to you in greater detail about seniors. Next, aeronautics policy. This is Quebec's main export. Quebec is one of the only places in the world which can manufacture planes from start to finish. We need support. Mr. Speaker, I see that you're telling me my time is running out. Allow me to conclude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like you very much. In conclusion, a government should have vision, and that vision should be evident in the budget. This government is tired, shop-worn, lacks vision, and I'm wondering why they're still the government. Questions and comments?
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is wrong on so many accounts. This budget is indeed a reflection of the priorities that Canadians have expressed in a multitude of different ways to the government. And I would amplify what it is the member says when he talks about, well, you know, this worst piece of legislation that he has ever seen as a parliamentarian, that being the dental legislation that we brought in last year. Mr. Speaker, 250,000 children in Canada have benefited by that particular program in which the member sees that legislation as useless legislation. Many of the initiatives, whether it's the grocery rebate, whether it's the expansion of the dental program for seniors, are going to directly benefit by this budget. My question is why is the Bloc being so narrow-minded and so much on a separatist agenda that they don't see the good that's being presented in this budget, and for the sake of doing what's right, vote in favor of the budget so that Canadians from coast to coast to coast will receive the benefits that are so badly needed that this budget is providing.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his questions and comments. But I didn't talk about independence. Within Canada, while we're waiting to be independent, we are allowed to mention current problems, and the problems are partially the result of government inaction. So we're not talking about independence here, we're talking about that government which should concentrate more on what matters to Quebec. The government needs to listen to what Quebecers want. And I've said what they want. They want better health care. They want to deal with the labor shortage. They have a lot of priorities, and the government's doing nothing for any of them. We are calling on the government to listen to Quebecers and to act based on what they want. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I thank my colleague for his speech. The Conservative members from Quebec are also there for Quebecers and care for what they want. Now, I'd like to talk some more about the Liberals' desires for centralization, which has always been the case throughout history. They want to control everything from Ottawa and take everything away from the provinces. Something else the Liberals are currently doing is putting Canadians in debt. All Canadians. I know my colleague has a dream of independence for Quebec. Well, is that realistic, that dream, given how much debt the Liberals are saddling them with? Answer, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. I thank my colleague for mentioning our dreams of independence. Now, we're talking about public debt here. Here's what's really interesting. We have a fiscal imbalance in Canada. The money is in Ottawa, but the needs are on the ground in Quebec and in the provinces. And there's broad consensus on that. The government has the financial means that they've taken from provinces, and yet they're still not able to balance the books, to have a balanced budget. No one wins. It's lose-lose when we have chronic imbalances.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed because in this budget there are at least 4 new subsidies for oil and gas. Here's my question for the member for La Prairie. I'd like to know how he feels. We're in the middle of a climate crisis. So how does he feel about these new subsidies for oil and gas? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I didn't have time to mention that. But yes, and I think my colleague will agree that we in the Bloc Québécois, we care deeply about sustainable development and the green economy. There's nothing for that in the budget. Moreover, they're subsidizing big oil. They should be, in fact, decreasing their support to big oil. You know, you don't have to be a mathematician to understand that the less oil we are developing, the less emissions we're going to have. It's obvious. We need to care about guaranteeing a better future to those.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's never easy to have to speak after my colleague from La Prairie, but as the critic for seniors, I couldn't turn down an opportunity to speak about the situation of seniors in this House, and to react to a budget that clearly doesn't care about seniors. I wanted to set the record straight. You know, the Bloc had made very clear demands of the Minister of Finance. But in my speech, I'll be focusing on 3 points. There was no increase in health transfers in this budget. Secondly, there was nothing for employment insurance reform. And finally, despite the fact that this government continues to claim that it's been so generous with seniors, there were no new specific or recurring measures for seniors. First of all, I want to point out that the government is not actually increasing health transfers in any significant way. And, in fact, they're continuing to interfere. This is a major concern for the population, and particularly seniors groups. The FEDUC came to a conference that I organized recently to discuss the financial situation of seniors. They said that the federal government absolutely has to do its part to increase the health transfers up to 35%, with no strings attached. They clearly understood that it's not the federal government that has jurisdiction, but Quebec, when it comes to health care. Secondly, the budget does not provide for a major reform to EI until 2030, even though it had promised to do so. The government also refused to forgive the pandemic debt in the EI fund, which will force an increase in premiums and a reduction in benefits to bring the fund to a $24 billion surplus by 2030. As a critic for the status of women, this reform is really important from a feminist perspective. We know that 60% of workers who do not qualify for, or rather 60% of workers do not qualify for employment insurance. And it's primarily women who have these precarious jobs, who don't work full-time because they're busy doing all kinds of invisible work at home with their families, and they have a hard time accumulating enough hours to qualify. On Tuesday, April 4th, groups in Quebec turned out for a National Day of Recognition for Invisible Work, which should take place every April 1st from now on. This day is an opportunity to reflect on this important issue, which affects caregivers and volunteers. And so I'm really thinking of and thanking all of the volunteers this week as part of National Volunteer Work. Hats off to you. Third, and I'll be dedicating the rest of my speech to this issue, is the lack of important measures for seniors and their financial insecurity. I held a conference on the financial situation of seniors on February 21st in Granby, and seniors groups from across Quebec came. And so these are some of the things that I heard on that day. First, I want to note that wages are increasing while the OAS is not increasing at the same rate. As of today, a person who's 75 years old and who receives only OAS and the GIS would have an annual income of $20,574. That's annual income. $20,000. Given the current state of inflation, who can live on that? This income would place them below the official federal poverty line as determined by the market basket measure. So in conclusion, the federal government needs to increase OAS payments. OAS is just not enough to live on, especially given inflation, and it's not a substitute for income. A person earning an average wage in Quebec would only have a rate of income replacement of 41%. The Quebec pension plan replaces about 25% of average earnings, and old age security replaces just about 15% of average earnings. Unfortunately, since wages are rising faster than prices, the federal program will play a reduced role in the level of income replacement in retirement in the future. So to conclude on this point, the method of indexing the OAS also needs to be reviewed. The Association Québécoise des Droits des Retraités, or AQDR, agrees on this point. The AQDR added that the OAS is not increasing sufficiently to replace employment income. And so it's very difficult for seniors to save. And particularly, it's difficult for senior women to save and to have a retirement with dignity. Now, as of July 2022, an individual under the age of 75 receiving only OAS and GAS would have an annual income that does not actually reach the Canadian poverty line. That's a really significant fact. Calculated by Statistics Canada, this index is intended to establish the cost of the minimum subsistence basket, which provides for an individual's basic needs. So we're not talking about luxuries, we're talking about basic needs. In 2022, the market basket measured thresholds ranged from $20,796 to $22,382 for a single person, depending on where they live. So the solution is simple. We need to increase the OAS and GIS for those aged 65 and over. In the context of labor shortages, the tax credit for experienced workers was also discussed. So we should introduce a tax credit for older workers who wish to remain employed or return to work. The increase in health transfers was another thing we discussed. It's important to significantly increase them so that provincial governments and Quebec can invest massively in healthcare. Something else the AQDR called for is restoring the federal contribution to healthcare to 50% of the costs by the end of this term. The FEDAC talked about the federal government increasing the GIS and helping out the most vulnerable in our society. The FEDAC believes that additional measures could have been taken. For example, they could have made the Canadian Caregiver Credit refundable. That would have allowed caregivers to receive up to $1,250 per year. They also could have created a career extension tax credit, another commitment of the federal government that hasn't yet been announced. Now, the grocery rebate is actually a one-time payment through the GST tax credit. Of course, it's a good measure. The Bloc was calling for it, and it does help families deal with the stresses of inflation. But it is still just a one-time payment, and so that doesn't solve the long-term issue. A last point. Despite everything, the long-term fiscal outlook remains the same. Federal public debt to GDP ratio needs to continue to decline. Ottawa only plans to have its debt fully paid off in 30 to 40 years. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that the federal fiscal situation needs to improve over time. And as the federal situation improves, the province's situation will become worse. So it's important that the federal government recognize that health and education really are exclusive jurisdictions of Quebec. In the short term, we're going to have to deal with the slowing global economy, high interest rates, and high inflation around the world. Now, I also could have talked about the lack of support for the next generation of farmers. I could have talked about greenwashing, support for fossil fuels that continues in this budget, as my colleague spoke about earlier. There's talk about hydrogen, carbon capture, nuclear reactors. These are measures that specialists who talk about greenwashing have called out. They've said these are not good measures if we really want to pursue the green transition. So this budget doesn't spend enough for those who really need it, and it spends money where it shouldn't be spending money. I will soon be introducing a bill to abolish the injustice created by the 10% increase in OAS for those 75 and over only. I want to ensure that all seniors from the age of 65 up have access to this additional help and long-term help, not just an occasional check or a one-time payout before the elections. What we really want with my bill is to ensure that seniors can work without being cut off from the GIS. It's a common sense measure. It will provide more dignity for seniors, and it's really necessary in today's economic context. So I hope that we can all work together to make that happen. We need to meet the needs of seniors and work together to improve their situation in this very difficult situation. Seniors really do need to be heard, and they need to be helped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accuracy of information is important when a member speaks. For example, the member talks about the old age supplement, the OAS, and gives the impression that it's not being increased. It is actually increased multiple times a year depending on rates of inflation. A member says that we're not supporting seniors. Let me suggest, if you take a look at the dental plan, that expansion is in good part for seniors. We can talk about that rebate in which the member made reference to. The seniors will benefit by that particular rebate, not to mention the climate action rebate also, Mr. Speaker. What about the $198 billion, that's with a B, dollars, going towards public health over the next 10 years? A commitment for generational support for health care. You'd have to be pretty naive to believe that that would not help seniors. How can the member stand in her place and give the false impression that this is a budget that's not supporting seniors when in fact it is supporting seniors, and I believe she knows that.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I was talking about the importance of getting the facts right, I was referring to this type of rhetoric from this member. You know, honestly, I might refer him to the FedEx document here. Yes, this is a one-time payment for the grocery rebate. Sure, everybody likes that. Everybody likes apple pie. The FedEx said it's a good measure, but if you actually read it, it says, you know, the Liberal government could have done a lot more. They said they could have increased the GIS. The government didn't have other tax credits that they could have introduced. I've been listening to seniors who told me that they didn't see enough measures in this budget. Secondly, talking about dental care. Dental care is a provincial jurisdiction. There was a motion from the National Assembly to deal with that. Concerning the environment, how can we really talk about public health when this government continues to finance and to subsidize fossil fuels? This is just pure greenwashing. I think that there's also senior washing happening here because he's not giving the accurate facts about the OAS and the GIS. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. I have a lot of respect for her, and I want to thank her for her speech. I know that she wants to help people. I know her riding of Shefford quite well. I used to travel through Shefford very frequently in recent years when I was traveling between the eastern townships and Montreal. So I understand a lot of the needs in her riding, and I know that she also represents her constituents very well. Now, the NDP really pushed for dental care, and we've seen that hundreds of children in Shefford and Granby and elsewhere have already benefited from this new dental plan that the NDP forced the government to adopt. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the next step of that dental program involves persons with disabilities and seniors and young people as well. So I just wanted to ask that question to my colleague again. I have a lot of respect for her, but I do want to ask her, does she not see that there's a benefit in her constituents having access to dental care that they didn't have access to before? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Less than a minute, please. I thank my colleague for the question. What the people of Shefford are telling me currently, you know, there are community groups asking for information, for details about this dental program because they don't have all of the information. They want to know how this is going to work with the systems that are already in place in Quebec. So what I hear really is just a lot of questioning. And people are also anticipating a lot of complications. You know, we already have a dental care program in Quebec. I think we should do what the National Assembly suggested and give Quebec more money to manage that program.
Prise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, as Member of Parliament representing, in my opinion, one of the best, maybe the best riding in all of Canada, Mississauga East Cooksville, a riding with a thriving economic presence, a great region, Mr. Speaker, which people call home, where they work, where they raise their families. I'm honored to address this House on matters that are of great significance to my constituents and to all Canadians for that matter. Today's debate on Budget 2023 and our government's fiscal plan are of great importance to the 800,000 residents of Mississauga, the 16,000 businesses in Mississauga. It is always an honor and privilege to discuss issues that affect them and affect our community. Budget 2023 is our government's plan to build a stronger, more sustainable, more secure Canadian economy, an economy that works for everyone. The past couple of weeks gave me a wonderful opportunity to meet with residents and businesses in my riding to talk about Budget 2023. The proposed budget aims to make life more affordable for Canadians when they need it most. This includes delivering a grocery rebate that offers up to $467 extra for eligible families of four so that they can keep putting good food on the table and paying their bills. We're also increasing assistance for students, cracking down on hidden junk fees and predatory lenders, and lowering credit card transaction fees for small businesses. Together with provinces and territories, the budget proposes historic investments in healthcare with conditions attached, Mr. Speaker, to ensure delivery of improved services such as more family doctors, better wages for support workers, mental health supports. This ensures that Canadians get the care they need and deserve. To address dental care affordability concerns, we're expanding dental coverage to millions of Canadians. Furthermore, the budget aims to grow the clean economy, fight climate change, and deliver great jobs and great careers for now and for generations to come. Speaker, it's unfortunate that Conservative members of opposite continue to stand in the way of all this progress. All the progress that we are trying to deliver, the supports to people that need it right now, Mr. Speaker. They want to make reckless cuts. And the member for Carleton, Speaker, the leader of the Conservatives, also encouraged people to invest their life savings in volatile cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin to opt out of inflation. Now, Speaker, I want to use parliamentary language, the best as I can, so I'll just say that the leader of the Conservatives is being reckless and irresponsible by giving out terrible advice. I feel sorry for Canadians that listened to that leader and lost much of their savings. The leader of the Conservatives should stand up and apologize to Canadians for his reckless cryptocurrency messages for Canadians to invest in that scheme. Speaker, we as Liberals will stay focused on supporting Canadians. My riding of Mississauga East Cooksville is home to one of the largest, or the largest, population of Polish Canadians, and one of the largest Ukrainian Canadian communities, my wife being one of those Ukrainian Canadians. My residents understand how Putin and his Russian crony oligarchs have driven up inflation in Canada and around the world. I wish that the leader of the Conservatives of the official opposition, the member for Carleton, would also understand that, like my constituents do. Canada's economy has indeed made a remarkable recovery, well past what was imaginable. Inflation has fallen for 8 months in a row, and the Bank of Canada predicts it will drop to just 2.6% by the end of this year. More working-age Canadians are employed now than ever before. With 830,000 more Canadians working today than before the pandemic, 126% of the jobs lost to COVID have been recovered as of February of this year. In February, the average wage for Canadians actually went up by 5.4%, Mr. Speaker. And since 2015, our federal government has made significant investments to support Canadians and make life more affordable. Inflation relief payments are helping about 11 million low and modest income Canadians. With our enhanced Canada Workers Benefit, Families could receive up to $2,461 this year, and a single Canadian without children could receive up to $1,428. Our Canada Dental benefit has provided direct tax payments of up to $1,300 per child over 2 years to eligible families to cover dental expenses for their children that are under 12. As of early April, we've already helped about 260,000 children with this benefit. With our one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, a tax-free payment of $500, we've helped low-income people who are struggling with the cost of rent. For our seniors who are 75 and older, a 10% increase in old age security payments is providing over $800 in new supports to full pensioners in the first year. Our tax-free Canada Child Benefit supports about 3.5 million Canadian families annually with up to $6,997, Speaker, per child under the age of 6 and $5,900 per child age 6 to 17, Speaker. It's helped 3.5 million families, lifted 500,000 children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Under many of these initiatives, our government has lifted over 1 million people out of poverty in Canada. In Ontario, we celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the signing of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. This agreement will deliver on average $10 a day childcare for Ontario families by the end of March 2026, already saving thousands of dollars for families in my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville, right across Ontario and right across Canada, Mr. Speaker. In addition, important benefits like the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Pension Plan, OAS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, all keeping pace with inflation. While we continue to talk about all the positive outcomes of our government's fiscal prudence through the most difficult few years, not only here but across the globe, Speaker, we also know that there is still much more work to be done. So what are we doing? We're cracking down on hidden junk fees, such as higher telecom roaming charges, event and concert fees, excessive baggage fees, unjustified shipping and freight fees. We're also cracking down on predatory lending by proposing lowering the criminal rate of interest, Speaker. For our small businesses, we're lowering credit card transaction fees while protecting reward points for Canadians offered by Canada's large banks. Our proposed automatic tax filing for low-income Canadians will ensure that they can easily file their tax returns in order to receive the benefits that they are entitled to, Mr. Speaker. Young Canadians will also be able to save for their first home. We've launched the new tax-free home savings account on April 1st, 2023. All good news, Mr. Speaker. With our new Canada Dental Care Plan, our federal government is moving forward with transformational investments to provide dental care to all Canadians who need it. We're moving now to help families, seniors, Mr. Speaker. Our dental plan, for families that have a family income of $90,000 or less with no copays, and for individuals with $70,000 or less, that would begin for their coverage by the end of 2023. With Budget 23, we're growing a green economy. We're ensuring a clean Canadian economy that can deliver prosperity for the middle class and make more jobs, Mr. Speaker, and more vibrant communities right across our country. My riding, Ukrainian Canadian families remind me every day that we cannot take our freedom and democracy for granted. Our country is filled with great opportunities. Our government has all these families in mind, Speaker, seniors, youth, businesses, timely support, Speaker. This is a great budget. I would hope that all members in this House would support this budget, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to members being permitted to speak and join the debate. We usually only hear from about 2 or 3 members over there when we are debating legislation, so it's nice to have a different voice. But I wonder what his constituents have to say about a promise that this government made when they won in 2015. They distinguished themselves from both the Conservative and NDP by promising to run deficits, something that most parties, there's a general consensus against running deficits, not to return to the days where Canada was had to be bailed out by the IMF as a result of the previous, the Prime Minister's father's time in office. But this member promised that they would run modest $10 billion deficits to build unprecedented infrastructure and then run balanced budgets. Every part of that promise was a lie and was broken. I wonder what the promise, Mr. Speaker, that the party made was untrue, and I wonder how he squares up to his own constituents over the broken promises that got this government elected.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the opportunity to really highlight the Conservative member, to highlight the true colours of the Conservatives. What they're talking about, Speaker, is the Conservatives want to cut programs. We talk about affordability, about supporting seniors, supporting youth, supporting business, investments in Canada, investments in Canadians. And you know what? And the results show it. We have more jobs, low unemployment. Canadians are doing well, and that member and his party voted against it. He votes for cryptocurrency for the Conservatives.
Thomas Breakers.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his enthusiasm and his belief in the budget. I think that he has rose-colored glasses. Even though my glasses are rose-colored, that doesn't prevent me from seeing reality. Seniors are poorer and poorer. Seasonal workers are being sucked into an EI black hole. We've been criticizing this for a long time in the Bloc Québécois. We know that ultimately the climate policies are just greenwashing. What has my colleague failed to understand in the request that the Bloc Québécois have been making for some time to support seniors, to help seniors have an incentive to go back to work if they want, or if they're unable to, they should at least have a minimum amount of money to get them out of poverty. Same thing for seasonal workers. I just don't understand how my colleague can be so enthusiastic about the budget. In my riding, I can say that people are suffering. They are hungry. They don't know if they can put their various needs on their credit card. This is not new. This government has been causing poverty to increase. So I'd like to hear from my colleague on that position.
L'honorable député de Mississauga Est Cooksville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member and the others because, it gives me the opportunity again to speak about our record. And I can tell you, the Bloc did not put in their platform, either the Conservatives or the NDP or others, how they were going to help seniors with a 10% increase to the OAS as well as the GIS. But the Liberals did, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals did, and we delivered. We delivered for seniors. We increased the OAS. The OAS had never been increased since 1973 by as much as we did, Mr. Speaker. So it would be good to see if the member would take some direction from the Liberals and be able to do more for seniors, because that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, we have been here to support seniors. OAS, GIS, and the Conservatives want to increase the age of retirement. We lowered the age of retirement, Mr. Speaker, to help seniors here in Canada.
Remind people to keep questions short and answers short and get a few more people in. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as a former city councillor, I was the first one in the province of Ontario to take on payday loans. I heard the honourable mention the predatory practice of payday loans, except at that point in time, it was a provincial Liberal government who was paying lip service to any kind of meaningful reform. And yet in this budget, the remedies they have for payday loans are once again lip service. They're going to go to the industry and ask them to lower the rates when the honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby, has within Bill C-213 a bill that's ready to go, a real meaningful bill, Mr. Speaker, one that includes amending the criminal code to lower the maximum legal interest rate from 60 to 30%, and one that would establish and include the calculations of the interest rate within the overall charges that are paid by a person to get these payday loans. So why is it, Mr. Speaker, that when the Liberal government has the power and the opportunity and the willing partners with the NDP to make true reforms to the predatory, usury, the loan sharking that is payday loans, they refuse to do it? Is it because the past association president was Stan Keyes, the former Liberal?
I'm trying to keep things short here. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well,
I do want to get one more in here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know I don't have much time here. I do want to thank the member and his colleague next to him because this is something that I know in my community and in communities right across our country that where predatory lenders are out there really taking advantage of people that find themselves in dire straits, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad in this budget that it will be addressing that issue of predatory lending, that we could bring down those abysmal charges that these companies are driving onto people and those interest rates, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell the member I'm with the member from Hamilton to be able to and the member from BC to be able to support him on this.
One time for one more question, and the member for Don Valley East, he promised to be short, so the member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member. I got involved in politics so we could put in place better programs for young people. This budget, we talked a lot about dental care, removing interest rates for student loans, investing into young people through childcare. I just through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member. Why is it so important for us to invest into that next generation from your perspective in this budget?
For Mississauga East Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Don Valley because it is so important over the last 2 weeks where we've been in our constituencies and to be able to knock on doors and speak to families that have had the opportunity to avail themselves of our dental program. Right now, it's for kids that are under age 12, but now being expanded to seniors and to kids up to age 18. It just makes a tremendous difference for those families, and many of the supports that we have put in place, Mr. Speaker, allowing those youth to be able to really have a vision for their careers and for their future.
Lord, conformément à l'article.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre on housing, the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon on democratic institutions, and the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam with persons with disability. Continuing debate, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre du Tourisme et ministre associé des Finances.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ça fait toujours plaisir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always very pleased to rise in this House during debate, especially when we're talking about the economy and our budget, Mr. Speaker.
It's really an honor to rise in this House to speak more specifically about Budget 2023, a budget that will help the most vulnerable in our country make ends meet. It will help put food on the table, a budget that will improve tax fairness, Mr. Speaker, a budget that will strengthen and, dare I say, save our healthcare system, accelerate our fight against climate change, and ensure that Canada is a leader in the economy of the future. Mr. Speaker, the economy is at a turning point right now, and turning points are oftentimes of instability. Indeed, this economic instability around the world comes both as a result of shifts in the foundations of our global economy itself, but also massive and significant geopolitical changes. The reality is that the economies of countries around the world are still recovering from the pandemic. The reality is that the war waged by Russia and Ukraine continues. The reality is that our closest allies are seeking to shift their dependence from dictatorships and autocracies to stable, reliable democracies like ours here in Canada. And the world's leading economies are moving faster and faster to reshape their own economies and build the net zero industries of tomorrow. And one thing is clear, Mr. Speaker, Canada has to skate to where the puck is going. As President Biden said in this very House only a few weeks ago, our two countries are intertwined and inseparable. Inseparable, Mr. Speaker. And our government's budget is one that will secure Canada's place in that North American market. It is a race to create the clean, green, global economy of tomorrow. And as a country, we need not only to keep up pace, we need not only to stay in the game, but be leaders in that race, Mr. Speaker, because the green economy, the clean economy of the future represents real money and real opportunities for Canadians. Indeed, the International Energy Agency estimates that the global clean technology manufacturing market will triple by 2030. That's $650 billion a year. And on top of that, the average earnings of workers in this sector in 2021 were over $90,000, well above the Canadian economy-wide average, which is at about $70,000, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in every province in this country will benefit. Notre budget.
Our budget answers the calls made by Canadians, and very specifically, the calls by Quebecers to invest in tomorrow's green economy. About a year and a half ago, Mr. Speaker, I tabled a petition in this House that was launched by citizens in my riding and supported in Quebec by the organization For Our Children, which is made up of grandparents, fathers and mothers like me who care about fighting climate change and who have called upon me as their MP to accelerate the just and green transition that we want for our children and grandchildren. This budget 2023, does answer that call. I'm also thinking about Équiterre. That organization stated that it supports the federal assistance in this budget to decarbonize our electric networks. And they also stated that the tax credits for clean energy constitute a response to a key demand made by the Coalition for a Green Budget, which Équiterre is part of. The measures in our budget will be crucial to support our economy in its green, fair transition. But I'd also like to underscore the incredible work done by local organizations on the ground. They are working hard every day to protect our environment and leave a greener planet to our children. I'm also thinking about Regeneration Canada, an organization in the Mile End neighborhood whose mission is to promote soil health regeneration in order to reduce climate change, restore biodiversity, improve water cycles, and support a healthy food system. Mr. Speaker, I could also mention Sauverdi, another organization in my riding, which is implementing urban greening strategies in order to improve well-being in our neighborhoods and Montrealers' health. They recently celebrated a milestone. They've planted more than 100,000 trees over the last 10 years. It's absolutely incredible. Everyone here in this House knows that Quebec is a leader in clean energy production in this country, and our budget will ensure that Quebec can take advantage of that positioning, and that will benefit all Canadians. Our budget is proposing a tax credit for clean energy investment, which includes hydroelectricity and battery production, two areas where Quebec is truly a leader. As the provincial Minister of Finance said, this will be an extremely significant measure for them in Quebec.
I'd like to speak for a moment about a few specific measures in this budget. For example, our new investments in clean electricity, the driving force, Mr. Speaker, of a clean economy, will build a national electricity grid that will connect Canadians from coast to coast to coast, an electricity grid that will provide cleaner, more affordable electricity to every Canadian. We're proposing in this budget to introduce a 15% refundable tax credit for eligible investments in clean electricity projects. Our budget also proposes to create a refundable tax credit of 30% of the cost of investments in new machinery and equipment used to manufacture and process clean technologies and extract, process, or recycle critical minerals. We're also announcing the details of the clean hydrogen investment tax credit with support that will range from 15% up to 40%, Mr. Speaker, of eligible project costs. And Canada is already a prime destination for foreign investment. Volkswagen has just announced that its PowerCore subsidy will build its first overseas super factory, Mr. Speaker, for electric vehicle batteries in St. Thomas, Ontario. There's also Umicore that is investing in a first-of-its-kind electric vehicle battery plant here in Canada, strengthening our battery value chain. There's also the new Stellantis battery plant in Windsor, Mr. Speaker. Et bien sûr, je pourrais aussi citer l'implantation de Ford à Bécancour.
And I could also talk about Ford, the Ford factory in Bécancour. And I could mention many more, Mr. Speaker.
Including just this week alongside opposition colleagues and interview panels, our Liberal government has as its main and principal priority the economy. It is the economy, it is jobs, it is the welfare of Canadians and their pocketbooks, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is to make Canada a leader in the clean energy economy of tomorrow. It is one that is good for workers, good for business, and good for the environment. While this Liberal government is focused on the economy, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is focused on Twitter, his Twitter. In fact, Mr. Speaker, while our government is focused on helping Canadians with the rising cost of living and global inflation, Conservatives are busy importing Trumpian politics here to Canada. While our government is doing everything to fast-track the grocery rebate and help vulnerable Canadians, the Conservative leader is busy colluding with Elon Musk to make fun of and discredit Canadian institutions. Pendant que notre gouvernement a l'économie comme première...
But our government has Canadians as the first priority. It seems that Conservatives want to cut funding to Radio-Canada, to the CBC. That's the Conservative plan. And my Conservative colleagues from Quebec don't seem to want to talk about all this. And this wouldn't be the first time that members in this House would say one thing in English and another in French. I call on my Conservative colleagues to do better. Thank you.
And comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member talked about Ukraine, and this budget had absolutely nothing in there for Ukraine. It had nothing in there for the Canadian Armed Forces, had nothing to ensure that Ukraine could be victorious over the Russian aggressors. And I don't know how she can stand in this place and talk about all they're doing for Ukraine. As someone of Ukrainian heritage, it was incredibly disappointing and insulting that there wasn't anything there other than loans at a time that a country's getting invaded. Now, I wanted to talk about the Washington Post article that just came out this afternoon that came from the documents through the Discord messaging app, which said that that Prime Minister had absolutely no intent of ever meeting our NATO targets. And in the report that was released, that comes from the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, said widespread defense shortfalls hinders Canadian capabilities while straining partner relationships and alliance contributions. Why is she supporting a government that continues to undermine our bilateral relationship with the United States and our collective security?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our support for Ukraine. It wasn't something that I detailed in my speech, but I'm happy to talk about it. It's over $5 billion that this government has put forward in order to support Ukrainians in their fight against Russia. We have been recognized by President Zelensky as among the countries that are leading in its support for Ukraine. We have been thanked on many occasions as also a prime leader in the discussions at the G7 and G20, Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure support around the world for Ukraine. Our Leopards have arrived in Ukraine, and I would also point out that the member opposite actually voted to lift sanctions on Russia for fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. It is not the time to lift sanctions on Russia. It is the time to get tough on Russia, and it is an embarrassment that the Conservatives want to weaken our sanctions regime.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Avignon Métis Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for her speech. Now, I find it rather a pity that in a time of a fight against climate change, all industries are on an equal footing, even if some are very polluting. So I wonder why we should continue to offer public funds to businesses that make billions, not just millions, but billions in profit. And we need, they have technologies like carbon capture. The money going into this might better be put elsewhere. And it might be a good idea to invest in renewables and green energy. I talked to the Minister of the Environment, and he said, well, we invest in one, we can invest in the other. I think we should encourage people to have less emissions. Why should we be funding these people who make billions in profit? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate very much the work my colleague does to help in the fight against climate change. Yes, we invest in clean energies, in renewables. So I was surprised that the Bloc voted against the budget because it is a budget that truly responds to what Quebecers want in our pivot, our green pivot. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to these emissions, I would say to my colleague that according to the latest figures, we're under the 2005, 10% under the 2005 numbers. So we have to accelerate our work, and this is why we're investing massively in transitioning to a green economy.
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, today I rise to speak to Budget 2023, and I will be sharing my time with the great honourable member from Simcoe North. You know, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, more than any other budget in recent memory, Canadians were looking to this federal government to send some strong signals on responsible governance, prudent spending, fiscal responsibility, and a path through these high inflationary times. Unfortunately, however, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we did not see any of this in the budget, and so it should come as no surprise that I, along with my Conservative colleagues, will not be supporting this budget as it stands. Of course, we do know that the NDP will support this Liberal government because they always have, they always will, ever since their coalition government began. And the NDP's blank check approach to dealing with the Liberals' incompetence is only making matters worse. This makes them a part of the problem. This leaves the Conservatives as the only national party to stand up for Canadians. The single largest selling point from this budget I see, Mr. Speaker, is this token $225 payment to lower income Canadians to supposedly help with the rising cost of groceries. This just shows that these Liberals are clearly out of touch with the realities that Canadians are facing as they do their weekly grocery shopping. I was at the Calgary Co-op Grocery Centre in Brentwood last week. I shopped there. I've been shopping there now, Mr. Speaker, for probably 40 years, and I'm getting to know the people. A shopping excursion for me takes an hour and a half. It's an hour and a half of talking to the people in the aisles and shopping. And the people that I see at the shopping center, Mr. Speaker, they look drained. Not only of their hard-earned money, but they're their mental resources as well. And they are dealing with how they're going to put food on the table. You know, I went to the produce section, Mr. Speaker, and, you know, it's shocking. The cost of lettuce is up 35% in just this past year. Fresh vegetables for the vegans out there, up 15%. Flour,
Flour for people who want to bake bread because they can't afford to buy their bread, up 23%. Cooking oil for people who can afford to buy chicken or hamburger, up 23%. Butter, to butter the bread that you can't afford, is up 19%. Pasta for you Italian lovers out there that enjoy Italian food, 19% increase. Canned veggies, again for the vegans, 17% increase. Bread, if you can afford it, up 18%. And even potatoes, Mr. Speaker, potatoes up 16% this past year. So this $225 payment literally equates, if you do the math, to about $4.32 per week pittance of support for struggling Canadians. But not a worry, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, the Liberals and NDPs, they say everything is just fine and that inflation is coming down. Well, sure, it may be coming down for non-essential items like televisions or high-tech gadgets, but it certainly isn't coming down for the bare essentials, the necessities that Canadians need to feed and house their families. And in no way can this government claim that food security is not an issue in Canada when 60% more Canadians are expected to need the food banks this year. The problem is even more acute in certain communities around this country and then certainly up in the north. This lack of food affordability will have long-term effects and will add to the stress of many households in this country. This stress will drive up the rates of domestic violence. It'll impact educational outcomes of many of our children, and it'll have a lasting impact on our most vulnerable, in particular, our fixed-income seniors and our veterans. But not only food affordability, Mr. Speaker, there are many other things going wrong here in Canada, and the Liberals and NDPs seem to be blind to it all. For example, in the last 8 years, we see a country where there are marijuana pot shops at every turn, at every corner. Yet parents are desperately driving around town looking and searching for children's formula and children's medication. And overdose deaths, Mr. Speaker, are at a shocking level, and they are rising. And yet the Liberals' response is to make it easier to get access to these deadly drugs. And Canadians need mental health support more than ever, Mr. Speaker, but this Liberal government refuses to activate the 988 emergency line that our colleague, MP from Caribou Prince George, has been advocating for years, to no avail. And this government is hiring thousands more public servants. In the past 2 years alone, the public service has grown by 31,000 full-time employees. Yet somehow the wait times are worse than when we had fewer employees. They are spending more, and we are getting less. The story of this Liberal and NDP government. And Canada needs immigration more than ever to fill our labour shortages, Mr. Speaker, but the immigration backlog gets longer by the day. In July of 2021, the backlog was an astounding 1.5 million applications. The government promised to prioritize the problem and hire more people. The result, the backlog has increased even further now, Mr. Speaker, and it now stands at 2.15 million. Another example of paying more and getting less. Housing prices, Mr. Speaker, they've doubled. We all know that, but the government thinks the problem is solved with some $500 housing payment. And violent crime is up. Illegal gun crime is up. Drug crime is up. And the number of police officers killed on duty is going up at an alarming level. And all this government has in response is that they give their thoughts and prayers to the family. If I truly felt that this government's 2023 budget really hit the mark, I would say so, Mr. Speaker. I have in the past praised parts of Liberal budgets, but this budget is such a letdown for Canadians. No plan for housing affordability, no plan for reducing crime, no plan for controlling inflation, no plan for true food security, no plan for today, no plan for tomorrow. Canadians need a government that remains focused on the most important things. Instead, we have a Liberal NDP government that is more concerned with photo ops and penny payment schemes instead of dealing with the root causes. Canadians need a government that supports all businesses and encourages economic growth in every sector in this country. In particular, our oil and gas sector that this government has decimated. Our national debt has doubled also under this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. It is a massive debt burden that will haunt current and future generations of Canadians for decades to come. It will impact our ability to support our most precious social programs and put our critical services at risk. Mr. Speaker, it has been a few weeks now since this Liberal NDP government delivered their budget. I hope that they will take the feedback of Canadians seriously. Their budget could not have been more widely denounced if they had tried. They need to know their budget is not what Canadians wanted or needed. What Canadians want is a fiscally responsible government that respects their hard-earned tax dollars. Canadians want a government focused on responsible, prudent spending that is within our spending capacity. Canadians want a government that tackles inflation instead of recklessly spending to fuel that inflation. Canadians want a government that focuses on delivering the most basic services it currently has instead of creating new, wasteful, and ineffective programs. Canadians want a government that doesn't saddle future generations with crippling debt. Canadians will get this government, Mr. Speaker, at the next election when they elect a new Conservative government. Thank you.
And comments, question or commentaire, and I'm going to work my way where we left off last time. So the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I had to give my head a shake because this member, it turns out he's a Conservative, and talked about how it's been so difficult for poor Canadians, middle-class Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, I just have to come back to the 10 dismal years of the Harper decade, when in this House we saw Conservatives slashing health care, forcing seniors to work longer, extending them, depriving pensions, and systematically making it tough for working people to survive. And we saw this as well, Mr. Speaker, when routinely, when workers were exercising their collective right to negotiate and occasionally would go out on strike, that this Conservative government during the Harper dismal decade forced those workers back to work. So I see all that. I see the fact that Canadians are struggling. What the NDP has offered is dental care, pushing for pharmacare, pushing for real supports for Canadians. And I just have to ask the member, was he asleep during the 10 dismal years when Harper ripped apart the social fabric of this country, took away health care and all of the other programs that Canadians depended on? Was he asleep during that entire decade?
Bravo. Yeah. Before I go to the answer, I'm just going to remind folks, I really want to get people in on questions and comments, so I need shorter questions and I need shorter answers so that everybody can participate in this debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. And I want to say right now, Mr. Speaker, that it is our oil industry that pays for his dental plan. It is our oil industry that has supported this country for decades and for years. I have a Stats Canada report here, Mr. Speaker, that says that oil and gas companies have almost $500 billion in assets in Canada. That's $452 billion in investments here in Canada, and yet this government is decimating that industry. Who does he think is going to pay for all this? It is going to be revenue coming to our coffers from the oil and gas industry. We need to support Alberta's oil and gas industry.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you.
Particularly at the opening when he indicated that he was very open to agreeing with and saluting certain specific measures. He mentioned in his speech that he's very dedicated to curbing crime in this country and violence, and I wonder if he then agrees with our proposal to take from existing funds, Mr. Speaker, not new money, but sourced from existing funds in order to further action to tackle drug trafficking and stem the flow of drugs in our country, particularly from across borders, Mr. Speaker. Does he agree with that measure?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question, and absolutely, Mr. Speaker, we need to curb the problem of illegal drugs coming into this country. We need to do whatever we can, spend whatever we can. But who pays for it, Mr. Speaker? It's the taxpayers that pay for this. They pay for the dental plans. They pay for everything that this government is offering in their budget. How do we pay for all this? By a strong industry in the Alberta and oil and gas industry that provides hundreds of thousands, if not billions of dollars. In 2021 alone, Mr. Speaker, this single industry generated $105 billion to our GDP while supporting almost 400,000 jobs. And this government is decimating that industry. And we continue to increase our debt in this country. We're in a lot of trouble, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how I will top that. Wonderful remarks and intervention by the member for Calgary Confederation. Mr. Speaker, we are in trouble as a country. It's very serious. We are a country in decline. But if you listen to the government, Canadians have never had it so good. They say things like we have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the developed world, or they say we have the best growth in the G7. But what they don't tell you is that our living standards are in serious decline. Our living standards have been in decline since the 1980s. In fact, in a research report just released yesterday, the Institute for Research and Public Policy highlights an urgent need. In 1981, Canadians enjoyed a $3,000 higher per capita standard of living than major Western economies. 40 years later, Canada was $5,000 below this same average. If the trajectory continues, the gap will be nearly $18,000 by 2060. We care about per capita because that's actually how you measure standard of living. You often hear people talk about the economic pie. And yes, the economic pie can grow, but if people's slices still stay the same, they are not better off. The government is achieving economic growth solely on the basis of volume alone. What do I mean by that? We are growing the pie, but everybody's size of the pie is staying the same. Our population is growing. We are only growing demand. That is the only thing that's happening and will continue to happen. Last year in the budget, the government was transparent about this issue. They highlighted a chart that showed Canada towards the bottom of the OECD and peer countries from GDP per capita growth. All of a sudden this year, that chart disappeared. I wonder why. Because the story is so awful. And I have to go back to 2015 and read a quote for my colleagues. The OECD, and this is a quote from 2015, the OECD has cut GDP forecast in Canada to a dismal 1.5%. By way of excuse, the minister today claimed, "We are doing better than most developed countries." That is simply not true. The OECD puts us behind Australia, Germany, Ireland, Israel, Netherlands, South Korea, Sweden, the UK, the US, and yes, even Spain. This is no global problem, as the government likes to pretend to excuse its shoddy management. This is a made-in-Canada runway to recession. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Deputy Prime Minister. Maybe the Deputy Prime Minister should go back to her 2015 self and take some lessons. This is the context that we have to think about this budget in, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't even just 1 year ago that members in this House on this side stood up and asked the government, what would you do if inflation doesn't come down and we see economic uncertainty? What was the answer from the government? These honourable members are economically illiterate. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Unfortunately, the worst is happening. Inflation is still high, and unemployment is going to go up. We are walking into a recession because this government spending is out of control. Now, the government's own projections state that unemployment is going to go up by 1.3%. That's 275 to 300,000 Canadians that the government is projecting will lose their job before the end of the year. I don't think that they really care at all what inflation is in the UK, what inflation is in the US, or that we somehow have a little bit better growth than some of our peer countries. We can argue about the causes of inflation, whether they're domestic or whether they're international, and yes, they are both. But more recently, really smart people are saying we have too much demand in Canada. Our own central bank governor says inflation is caused by too much domestic demand. Stephen Poloz recently said the size of the deficit last year caused interest rates to go higher. What does this mean for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker? Derek Holt from Scotiabank suggests that 1 full percentage point of the central bank increases are related to the government's overspending. What does that mean for the average Canadian? If the average mortgage is $360,000, that means $3,600 extra per year in interest that you're paying because the government has been overspending and increasing demand, meaning the interest rates have to go up to cool inflation. If you happen to be a new homeowner or someone trying to get an $800,000 mortgage, that's $8,000 extra a year you have to pay. Now, the bank is working very hard to bring inflation down, and we should be supporting them. But instead, the government is making its job harder. It's putting on additional taxes which have been determined to be inflationary. We have food inflation in double digits for more than a year, and the government has never bothered to even ask how the carbon tax affects food prices in Canada. Food has to be produced, and farmers are paying the carbon tax. I have one farmer in a nearby community who showed me a bill, $13,000 in carbon tax alone for 1 month for natural gas. And then guess what? The government thinks farmers have so much money, they put the HST on top of the $13,000. It's absolutely incredible. They're not willing to admit this massive problem. They can only stand up and point to a few things and point to the rest of the world. We're so much better than the rest of the world. It's possible, really the only actual thing that they have done to help people over this last couple years, or excuse me, this last year, has been the GST rebate to help those low-income Canadians. There is one in the budget, there was one in the fall, and Conservatives supported and support both of them. And we will like to see that go forward. Mr. Speaker, all of this spending has consequences. We're spending almost as much this year coming up on interest on the debt as we are giving to the provinces to spend on health care. How incredible is that? And just a couple years ago, when the Deputy Prime Minister was asked about the interest rates increasing and how much it'll cost, the response is, and I quote, "These are investments in our future that will yield great dividends. In fact, in today's low interest rate environment, not only can we afford these investments, it would be short-sighted of us not to make them." They ignored inflation when it came, and they said it was transitory. Now they're ignoring economic uncertainty and a recession. They just call it a shallow recession. It's going to be short. Maybe they're also saying that's going to be transitory. They were asked about economic uncertainty. They called us economically illiterate. They said debt to GDP was going to keep declining, but they've broken that promise too. And now Canadians are paying the price for their prediction. The plan isn't working, inflation is high, economic growth is slowing, and the impacts on Canadians are real. And I'll give you just a couple examples of what's happening. People are getting not great service in many circumstances. I have a young woman who's a PSW at a retirement home in Midland, caring for our vulnerable individuals. She's trying to get her PR card. She's also a nurse, but she can't change jobs while she's waiting for a PR card, but she's been waiting 2 years, which is an incredible injustice. We're preventing a young nurse from getting into the system. Then there's Gary, and Gary's a pilot, and he's retired, and he builds his planes, and all he needs is his medical approved by the Transportation Department so he can fly his plane and enjoy his retirement years. And that's not happening either. But just if you thought I was all doom and gloom, Mr. Speaker, I want to end on a positive note. Last week I was in Miss Thompson's grade 11 law class, Mr. McEachran is a student of Lakehead who's observing that class and helping out. And these students ask the most amazing questions. It gives you a lot of great hope for the future of the country. They asked about crime, they asked about homelessness, they asked about land conservation. And so I was very energized by this conversation. I think the country is in great hands when we have student leaders like that engaged in civics discussions. I couldn't answer many of those questions and point to things in the budget to address their concerns. I hope next year we'll have a better shot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his words. I listened to his speech, and I was thinking a lot about many of the benefits that we've put forward to help young people in this country, specifically children and youth, when it comes to programs like the dental program, interest relief on student debt, the child benefit, child care in general. These are huge programs that help young people. So my question to the member is, if he was in charge, what would he do differently specifically when we're talking about children and youth?
For Simcoe North.
That's a great question. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I have to address. First, on childcare, there's, as far as I understand, not one childcare provider in my riding that's offering the $10 a day daycare. But let's talk about what we do differently. You know what the biggest waste of $500 million a year is? Interest-free loans to students. Do you know why? Because it costs $500 million a year. We could use that money to give it to actually low-income students so that they could obtain education. In fact, this government took the grants to low-income students from $6,000 to $3,200 and claimed it was an increase. That is definitely not something that we would have done. You could have used that $500 million and given it to those low-income students to obtain education.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech, but I always find it fascinating to see how populism and simplicity over a simplistic view of things, as if the carbon tax, as if that's the culprit in all this inflation. It's always overly simplistic. And obviously, the more we spend with the NDP and so on, that's going to fuel inflation. But on the other side, sometimes I get the feeling with this budget that the Liberals think that the numbers will balance themselves. What I'd like to see is much more concrete steps being taken, especially around the labor shortage. That could help communities. We've made some very concrete proposals, but there just seems to be such a huge gap between the overspending and the oversimplistic approach of the Conservatives. It's more of a comment than a question, Mr. Speaker, but I think this is solving nothing. The carbon tax is not the solution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that the comment. The Bloc has put forward some interesting solutions. We worked very well together on committee with the member of that party. I don't find anything simplistic or disingenuous in talking about reducing the carbon tax on an energy bill. I have people emailing our office, sending energy bills that have $50, $60 of carbon tax per month on a fixed income. It is not unreasonable to recommend, at least temporarily, to remove that charge from people's energy bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. And I know that the Conservatives often put down the New Democratic Party for offering much-needed programs to Canadians like dental care. But their analysis, I would have to agree with my colleague from the Bloc, is quite simplistic because we know where the answer lies, something that the Conservatives are never willing to do, which is going after the ultra-wealthy and taxing the corporate elite. They always talk about placing the onus on the taxpayer, but when it comes to the to the real problem in the room, which is the greedy corporate elite. I'm wondering if my colleague is willing to join the NDP in our call to tax the ultra-rich and go after the corporate elite to pay for programs that Canadians need. Thanks.
Here, here. Honourable member for Simcoe North in 25 seconds.
We should make sure all Canadians, corporate or individuals, pay the taxes that they owe. No questions. We should make sure that people pay the taxes that they owe before we think about increasing taxes on everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and I said I'd get him 4 minutes. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, you know, what a way to conclude the debate on such an important measure that the government has brought forward. And I thought maybe what I would do is a little bit of a reflection in terms of what it is that members should be aware of before we actually vote. You know, this budget is, in fact, a reflection, Madam Speaker, on what it is that has been done in terms of the consultations, working with Canadians from...
Yes, the honourable member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge on a point of order.
Should get a ruling from you, Madam Chair. I think this is at least the third time that this member has spoken on the budget, and if there's another member that would like a turn, members can only speak at each stage.
That this member is speaking for the first time on the main motion. On the main motion, yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
But the good news is for the member is that he was able to cut my speech a little bit shorter, no doubt. Hopefully that will be taken out. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the Conservatives don't like it when I stand up to speak because they get a sense of the reality. And the reality is that the more Canadians find out what the Conservative Party is really and truly up to, the more that they're in a lot of deep trouble in the next election, Madam Speaker. Because within this budget, it is a true reflection in terms of what Canadians expect of the government, to demonstrate that they have been listening, to demonstrate that there's leadership that's coming from Ottawa. This budget delivers. When you talk about the important issues such as inflation, Madam Speaker, we have things such as the grocery rebate. We have the expansion of the dental plan program, Madam Speaker. We have things such as the tax break or tax credit or the doubling of the tax credit for tradespeople so that they can acquire their tools. There are so many aspects of this budget that is there to support Canadians. It truly is a reflection of what it is that Canadians want to see in a national budget. This is an opportunity to be able to emphasize that as a government and working with Canadians, we have seen the creation of thousands of jobs. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's close to 2 million jobs that have been created through this government since we've been in government, well past the number in which was pre-pandemic. When it comes to the issue of dealing with things such as inflation, Madam Speaker, we are in the right track where we are seeing our inflation numbers going down, Madam Speaker. And hopefully we will be able to see that onward direction of a downward movement on inflation rates. Compare Canada to any other country, in particular our peer countries, whether it's in Europe or just south, Madam Speaker. You will find that Canada is doing exceptionally well, but we continue to work day in and day out in order to deliver the type of things and programs that Canadians expect of us. No matter how focused the Conservative Party of Canada is on personal attacks or personal assassinations of members on the government benches, we will continue to remain focused on Canadians first and foremost. No matter what region of the country one lives in, Madam Speaker, this is a government that truly cares. Our budgetary and legislative measures that we have brought forward will continue to have the backs of Canadians as we recognize the value of our middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and we're going to develop an economy that works for all Canadians, Madam Speaker, no matter where they live. Thank you.
It being 5:40, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the Ways and Means motion number 10. Madame Freeland, appuyée par Monsieur Boissonneau.
Seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
We request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Call in the members.
La question.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Hausfather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Donald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpic.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Garner.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron. Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the time for electronic voting is over.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Zuberi.
I vote in favor of the motion. I vote in favor.
Monsieur Zuberi, yea pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion carried. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau. Oh, that's starting over again. We've got a point of order. The honourable member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to respond to your statement of March 30th, 2023, respecting the 15 new items of private members' business added to the order of precedence on March 10th, 2023. In particular, I'm rising to raise two arguments respecting the financial prerogative of the Crown and whether two private members' business bills infringe upon the Crown's prerogative in this regard. Without commenting on the merits of Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, Adoptive and Intended Parents, sponsored by the member for Battleford's Lloydminster, and Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount to full pension, sponsored by the member for Shepherd, I submit that both of these bills require a royal recommendation. Bill C-318 seeks to add a new type of special benefit for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived through surrogacy through the Employment Insurance Act, as well as making corresponding changes to the Canada Labour Code. Mr. Speaker, since the bill would add a new type of benefit under the Employment Insurance Act, it would need to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. These new benefits are not currently contemplated in the Employment Insurance Act and would authorize a new and distinct charge on the Consolidated Revenue Fund for purposes and in a manner not authorized by any statute. I therefore submit that absent a royal recommendation, the bill should not be put to a third reading vote. Le projet de loi C-319
Bill C-319 would increase the pension amount for Canadians 65 to 74 by 10%, and that's not what the legislation currently provides for, and that expenditure would therefore not be authorized. It's therefore my submission that in the absence of a royal recommendation, Bill C-319 should not be votable at third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. We will.
Thank you.
We appreciate the honourable member getting up and informing us of that. It being 1825, the House will now. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought maybe there was another point of order there all of a sudden, but okay, that's fine. It being 1825, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members
of the day.
Private members' business consideration and second reading of Bill C-280, Financial Protection for Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Farmers Act, in the name of Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moves that Bill C-280, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act, deemed trust, perishable fruits and vegetables, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're really excited in tonight for fresh fruit and vegetable farmers across Canada. And it's an honor to finally have the opportunity to speak to Financial Protection for Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Farmers Act, Bill C-280. This bill proposes to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and Companies Creditors Arrangement Act to support Canada's fresh produce farmers and sellers through the establishment of a deemed trust. My community of York Simcoe is home to the Holland Marsh, known as the soup and salad bowl of Canada. It produces more carrots, celeries, onions, lettuce, and greens than any other single region in this country. And Madam Speaker, we would love to see a Carrot Fest this summer. Every time I look out over the rich, dark soil in the low-lying fields of the Holland Marsh and survey the endless rows of green vegetables growing there, I see opportunity. The opportunity to have Canada become even more competitive as an agricultural leader in global fruit and vegetable exports. The opportunity to ensure fresh, sustainable Canadian produce is more accessible and more affordable than foreign imports for every Canadian family. The opportunity to support the innovation and grit of our hard-working farmers right across Canada. But sadly, in the marsh and across the country, in the fields and greenhouses, in the places like Leamington, Kentville, Morrow, Brookfield, and elsewhere, this opportunity is being limited by the considerable risks associated with the growing, harvesting, packing, marketing, and distribution of fresh fruits and vegetables. Risks that routinely threaten their farms and their livelihoods. Overhead and capital costs are significant, meaning the margins in this sector are thin, normally between 3 and 5%. The returns a farmer receives from their products is often delayed until it's sold, and payment is only collected long after they have passed on their product for sale, far along the supply chain, or well after consumers have eaten it. The worsening recession, inflationary pressures, increased prices, tax hikes, and the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic has only increased the vulnerability of the produce sector. This is underlined in the lack of critical financial protection available to Canadian produce growers for the losses they suffer as a result of an insolvent buyer. While the existing mechanisms within the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act may be suitable for the wider agriculture industry and other sectors, they do not provide a workable mechanism for when fresh produce buyers become insolvent. Currently, the Act allows suppliers to recover their product after bankruptcy, but has no provisions to protect the supplier in the event their produce has been resold, is no longer identifiable, or is no longer in the same state. Given the perishable nature of fresh fruits and vegetables and how quickly they spoil, and how many products are highly processed and mingled with other ingredients to make food, it is very uncommon that produce can be repossessed during these bankruptcy proceedings. There also exists a super priority provision for farmers in the Act, which is supposed to allow them to get paid ahead of other creditors during bankruptcy proceedings. However, to access this, the product must have been delivered within 15 days of bankruptcy or the appointment of a receiver, which fails to account for the payment schedule of 30 days or more that typically exists within the produce industry. In practice, these deficiencies in Canada's bankruptcy laws means that Canadian produce farmers are faced with significant and sometimes insurmountable losses in the event of a purchaser bankruptcy. They have to line up along with all the other creditors to seek payment. Otherwise, they must simply walk away from the outstanding debt owed to them. This can lead to further bankruptcies and sunk costs across the entire sector and could jeopardize our domestic food security. Sadly, the lack of financial protection for the produce industry has real-world consequences, Madam Speaker. In January of this year, 2023, Lakeside Produce Incorporated, a large-scale commercial greenhouse based out of Leamington, Ontario, filed for bankruptcy. This was a family-owned company that grew cucumbers, peppers, specialty tomatoes for 75 years, with extensive operations that included conventional and organic greenhouses, warehouses, pack houses, and distribution centers right across North America. At the time of their bankruptcy, they owed $188 million to suppliers across the produce sector, including other greenhouses, logistics, packaging, and brokerage firms. There are 17 produce companies across Canada among Lakeside creditors, which accounts for $1.7 million in unsecured claims. The owner of one of these companies, a farmer also based in Leamington, he wrote to me regarding this bill, Madam Speaker. He said, and I quote, "The inadequate protection for suppliers of fresh fruits and vegetables most recently resulted in my farming operations sustaining a loss of $907,840 due to the bankruptcy of Lakeside Produce. I have devoted my entire life to the produce business, but I, nor anyone else who is part of the fresh fruit and vegetable industry, can continue to afford these risks. In addition to the Canadian creditors, there are 45 companies based outside Canada, primarily in Mexico and the United States, that are owed another $4.9 million. The highly integrated nature of the fresh produce industry means these losses will impact Canadian growers even further. The lack of a financial protection available to fresh fruit and vegetable farmers in Canada also affects their competitiveness and capacity to trade with the United States. Currently, produce growers can access protections that exist in the United States without incurring significant financial costs. And Madam Speaker, this wasn't always the case. Previously, Canada was the only country in the world that had preferential access to the dispute resolution mechanisms within the United States, Perishable Agriculture Commodities Act, and it's known in the industry as PACA. However, the United States revoked this access in October 2014 due to a lack of a reciprocal mechanism in Canada. Now, Canadian sellers must post a significant bond worth double the value of their shipment just to initiate a claim through PACA. This severely disadvantages Canadian produce business given the high volume of produce sold to buyers in the United States. So, Madam Speaker, the need is clear. We need to protect Canada's food security. We need to support the Canadian fresh fruit and vegetable industries against the impact of bankruptcies. And we need to work towards restoring preferential access for Canadians to the United States dispute resolution mechanism. To do this, Bill C-280 proposes to address the deficiencies in the existing sections of Canada's bankruptcy and creditors law by establishing a limited deemed trust to provide financial protection for Canadian produce farmers. These are the changes Canadian produce farmers require. They have been vocal in their support of establishing a deemed trust through Bill C-280. Bill C-280 is endorsed by hundreds of farms, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, the Fruit and Vegetable Growers of Canada, and many other national, provincial, regional, and industry-specific organizations. And this matters, Madam Speaker. From farm to gate to dinner plate, the fruit and vegetable industry is a major contributor to Canada's GDP and creates thousands of jobs from coast to coast right across this great country. The financial protection established by Bill C-280 will reduce losses in the sector and lead to increased economic activity in Canada of 200 to 235 million per year. Increased value added in the Canadian economy of 104 to 122 million per year. Increased employment by more than 1,200 full-time jobs, and increased wages for Canadian workers by 59 million to 69 million per year. Bill C-280 will also lead to a reduction in costs for Canadian consumers, just what we need right now, by as much as 5 to 15%, saving Canadian families between $300 million and $900 million on their annual fresh fruit and vegetable purchases, and improve their overall health. Eating so many carrots in Bradford, Madam Speaker, still 2020. It's unbelievable. Unfortunately, the position of the Liberal government has been that the Bankruptcy Act works just fine for its produce sellers with its existing mechanisms. But this is clearly not true. A cucumber, last I checked, is not the same as a sheaf of wheat. It makes no sense to treat these products and these sellers the same. Bankruptcies in the produce sector are substantially higher than other agriculture industries. They happen twice as much as those in livestock and over 10 times the rates of highly regulated grain and poultry sectors. After all, the produce industry is as unique as the fruits and vegetables they grow. It is very complex, Madam Speaker, with numerous producers and sellers involved, with considerable integration within Canada and our neighbors to the south, the United States. This unique sector requires a unique solution to the issues they face. Bill C-280, this is the solution. A solution that will give Canadian produce farmers the certainty they deserve. Madam Speaker, when I look out over the green growing vegetables in the rich soil of the Holland Marsh, I do see opportunity. I hope members of Parliament in this House see the incredible opportunity today, the opportunity to support Canada's fresh fruit and vegetable farmers, to stand up for Canadian consumers, and to protect our country's food security. With Bill C-280, we can ensure that fresh produce farmers are paid for the food that they grow. So let's get behind them, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Seated.
I can't speak. Yeah, I have a tie on. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I think of vegetables and fruits, I think about Peak of the Market from the province of Manitoba. Manitoba produces, the best vegetables, I would argue, in the world, quite frankly, Madam Speaker. Now, some might question that, but whether it's the yellow potatoes, white potatoes, red potatoes, and so much more, along with the carrots and the cabbage and turnips, so many things, Peak of the Market seems to have to know what it's doing, and it kind of brings everything together and puts that stamp of made in Manitoba from the prairies. And I'm wondering if my colleague could give his thoughts, because I appreciate what it is he says. And I love the farmers. The people that are producing and helping us and feeding the world do an incredible job. But my question to the member is, has he had any discussions with an organization like Peak of the Market just to get their sense in regards to what it is he's proposing today?
For York Simcoe.
As mentioned in my speech, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Winnipeg North. I know he loves the fresh fruit and produce business. We've got support right across Canada from all producers. You know, this is one thing, and I know the member from Winnipeg North prides himself on this as well, is getting out and talking to his constituents. And again, you know, I'd love him to come out to Bradford and see that rich, dark soil and come out and cut salary with me one day. But I can tell you this is a much needed, get out and talk to the farmers and listen to what they're saying.
Great.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He addressed the issue of the next generation in agriculture in his speech, and we know the Bloc Québécois this week spoke out this week to ask for more help for agriculture for the next generation, to recognize that mental health of farmers isn't going well right now. 1 out of 10 may be closing their doors. 1 agricultural business out of 10 over the next year due to all of the difficulties. So how would his bill, how would it address this need of farmers of all sorts, including fresh fruits and vegetables, so they can get through this very difficult time for the next generation? Thank you.
Simcoe.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. You know, Madam Speaker, that relates to a quick story. When COVID first started, I had a farmer reach out to me in Bradford, and he said to me, Scott, I don't think I'm going to plant in my field this year. And I said, Ken, why aren't you? And he said, I'm so worried about getting paid. The stress is for my family. I cannot plant my field, sit at home, and pay the $20,000 in taxes, because if I plant my fields, it's going to cost me in excess of $1 million. And if I don't get paid, I am going to lose this family farm that has been in the family for 4 generations. These are the kind of stresses. And they said, I'm not even looking to the government for any money. I am just looking for an insurance that I am going to get paid.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Coatonico, Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I want to indicate that we in the NDP support this proposal. In fact, it's been part of our last 3 federal election platforms, recognizing that this support is critical for farmers, farming families, and to put our farmers on a level playing field with those to the south of us. I'm wondering, and obviously I want to acknowledge as well the impacts of climate change, rendering agriculture in our country, whether it's in Western Canada or Eastern Canada, much more unpredictable, and reinforcing the need to support farmers during this time. I'm wondering if the member could speak to how important it is to move on this legislation as soon as possible.
York Simcoe.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it is so important. You know, Madam Speaker, agriculture should be we should be #1 in the world in Canada with agriculture. I've always said you can move a General Motors plant, but you can't move a farm. We have the most arable land in the whole world. And you know what? This has got to come into the vision for Canada. You know, there was one thing that I talk about that was missing in the budget. And where is the vision? You know, we should be #1 in the world with agriculture. We should be teaching people throughout the world how to grow food, fresh water, and you know what? Keep pushing for agriculture.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London West.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
To rise to discuss on the important matters raised by Bill C-280, which amends the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, BIA, and the Companies Creditors Arrangements Act to provide the claims of sellers with a deemed trust. This means that their claims would be paid first in full ahead of the claims of all other creditors if the buyer was subject to a bankruptcy or receivership, and that the claims of the sellers would have to be paid in full as part of the buyer's restructuring CAA plan of the arrangement. So by the way of background, it is important to note that the deemed trust proposal is a long-standing industry request. I would note that it has been studied extensively by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada and Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada for more than 15 years. Donc, cela signifie...
This means there is accumulated evidence to help us evaluate this proposed exception to the usual order of claims in insolvency proceedings. To begin, I was pleased to note that the fresh fruit and vegetable sector, the edible horticulture sector, is a thriving and growing sector that makes a significant contribution to the Canadian economy and food security for the country. According to Statistics Canada, farm cash receipts from the edible horticulture sector have increased by 23% over the past 5 years, and exports of fresh and processed fruits and vegetables have increased by 61% in value. It is also a diverse sector, with both small and large players, domestic and foreign. The sector is divided between different types of companies along the supply chain, including producers on the one hand and retailers, wholesalers, brokers, and traders, as well as supermarkets on the other. The size of these businesses varies considerably. For example, there are approximately 700 fresh fruit and vegetable wholesalers in Canada, ranging in size from small companies with sales of $30,000 to larger companies with sales of over $5 million per year. The distribution sector is dominated by a few large companies, including Canada's major food retailers. According to the 2021 Census of Agriculture, there are approximately 14,000 farms producing fresh fruits and vegetables. Most fresh fruit and vegetable farms are small, and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada data shows that about 40% of farms, or about 5,600, have annual revenues of less than $25,000 each. Conversely, about 12% of farms, about 1,600, generate more than $1 million in revenue and contribute about 80% of the total revenue of this sector.
Supply chain also extends throughout the North America and includes the larger American agribusiness, including farmers, sellers that export into Canada. All these players would be covered by the bill's deemed trust, in contrast to current protection in insolvency legislation, which focuses on domestic producers, that is the farmers, the fishers, and the agriculturists. So when studying the bill, we will likely want to look at these aspects, namely which parts of the sector are in need of this type of protection and whether it should be extended to all players equally. For instance, since Canada's main retail chains are also wholesalers, it would potentially mean that if Loblaws or Sobeys franchise was to become insolvent, the chain could benefit from the deemed trust proposed by C-280. It would also seem possible that big American or Canadian agribusiness, which may have the largest unpaid fresh produce invoices, could become the primary beneficiaries of the proposed deemed trust by collecting from an insolvent buyer first, and thus depriving non-fresh produce creditors of recovery at a greater rate. At a time where inflation in grocery price is top of mind for this House and for all Canadians, we may want to consider whether this type of actor should benefit from extraordinary protection under the insolvency legislation. Another question that will likely be worthy of further examination relates to the type of soft products that have been scoped in this bill. So this bill excludes, in fact, subordinates, other farmers that produce milk, egg, meat, and the fisheries of all, which are highly perishable and subject to their own market challenges. On the other hand, the definition included in this bill, C-280, could potentially include frozen produce, which may not be much more perishable than other products that can be recovered from an insolvent entity within 30 days of delivery under our current laws. Madam Speaker, the unfortunate reality of insolvencies always create difficult situations for all stakeholders. That is what makes these issues so important to examine carefully. We should keep in mind the other proposals that have been made in the past to prioritize certain claims, including, for example, with regards to employee health and disability benefits, because we will be effectively determining who gets paid first. So granting privilege may also lead other groups to ask for similar treatment. It goes without saying, Madam Speaker, that the more creditors benefit from a priority in insolvency, the less that the priority is worth, and the whole concept of treating similar creditors equally could unravel.
Finally, I think it's really important that we pursue measures that target the most significant issues facing the sector. Statistics from the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcy indicate that insolvency losses in the fresh produce industry have been relatively small. Available data show that the fresh produce industry's losses due to insolvency are probably less than 1% of sales in most years, with estimates ranging from 0.08% to 0.21% of sales in recent years. So this contrasts with the much larger losses the industry experiences due to partial payments, late payments, or other disputes with credit-worthy buyers, against which the deemed trust would not protect the industry. For example, continued improvement in industry business practices will help reduce industry losses due to food loss and waste, as an estimated 13% of domestically grown fruits and vegetables are not harvested or are discarded due to factors unrelated to payment protection, according to the 2019 report from Environment and Climate Change Canada.
So to conclude, Madam Speaker, the Canadian government strongly supports Canadian fresh fruit and vegetable growers. This can be seen in the SUPR's priority protecting them under the current insolvency legislation, as well as the action taken to date through other legislations and policies and programs that will continue to benefit the industry. This bill at hand proposes a special unlimited treatment under insolvency legislation awarded to the sector's entire supply chain, including large foreign corporations, and it will be important to really dig in and look at this initiative in detail to make sure that we understand how this intersects with other policies, questions, and this very critical sector. So I look forward to continuing this conversation on these important matters, and that is it for me, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, the bill being studied will deal with two federal statutes, the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, so that perishable fruits and vegetables sold by a supplier to a buyer, as well as the proceeds from their sale, will be held in trust by the buyer for the supplier. In practical terms, what we want to do is provide special protection to fruit and vegetable suppliers whose customers go bankrupt. Currently, the system that applies in the event of a buyer's bankruptcy allows the supplier to repossess the goods sold. However, the problem we see coming in the case of fruits and vegetables is pretty simple. By the time the administrative procedures are completed, the fruits and vegetables are at great risk of being no longer good and their value reduced to zero. Suppliers will see their hard-earned crops go to waste without any recourse. There's a phone that is near the microphone. That is a problem for interpreters. You'll agree, Madam Speaker, that the provisions of the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act are ill-suited to the reality of our agricultural producers and the structure of the agri-food supply chain. Bill C-280, which is co-sponsored by my esteemed colleague from Berthier-Maskinongé, seeks to provide us with a mechanism in the case of buyer bankruptcies. The trust placement ensures that the buyer is the guarantor of the value of the cargo without owning it when there is a default in payment due to the application of one of the two acts. The bill would provide a significant boost to our agri-food producers and suppliers who do business with our neighbors to the south. Prior to 2014, Canadian fruit and vegetable suppliers were protected by a U.S. law when doing business in the United States. When a U.S. company defaulted and/or went bankrupt, our companies were protected by the U.S. regime. This is no longer the case, and the alternative process developed between the two countries is cumbersome, especially for our smaller companies. Since 2014, Madam Speaker, the United States has decided to withdraw bankruptcy and insolvency protection from American buyers for Quebec and Canadian suppliers. It is in response to the absence of an equivalent mechanism in the Canadian regulatory framework that the U.S. government made this decision, which penalizes and weakens our producers, entrepreneurs, and suppliers. Currently, without this protection, Quebec and Canadian fruit and vegetable suppliers must go through a special process to sue under this law in the United States. According to the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, suppliers must post a bond equal to twice the amount required under the lawsuit. Most suppliers don't have that kind of liquidity, and the big buyers know that full well. So our suppliers are forced to negotiate down with the buyer to try to get a minimum amount of compensation rather than lose everything. According to testimony at a study on this issue at the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, the United States and the United States Department of Agriculture have been very clear. They will only agree to discuss with us the possibility of restoring the preferential position we had if they can rely on this trust. An official also confirmed that trade in fresh fruits and vegetables between Canada and the United States has continued to grow over the past 4 years. The growth is 55% for fresh fruits and 26% for fresh vegetables, demonstrating that the U.S. remains an important market for Quebec and Canadian fresh fruits and vegetables. Thus, the restoration of protection for our producers who do business in the United States is far from being far-fetched, and I would even say that it is necessary and urgent. Furthermore, I'd like to remind the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, that he committed to addressing this issue not a couple of weeks ago, not a couple of months ago, not a couple of years ago, but in 2014, when he had just been elected as leader of his party, and if he took office, as he did in the 2015 federal election. Madam Speaker, I don't want to give you a spoiler, but his party has been in charge of the federal government for nearly 10 years. Why has it taken so long to pass a measure that supports our agricultural sector and is supported by all of the parties in this House? What's more, this bill is an environmental and social measure. I don't know, Madam Speaker, but that said, 10 years, we've seen worse when it comes to Liberal promises. In closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleagues in this House that I have the honour and privilege of representing the people of the Lower St. Lawrence, a rural and proudly agricultural region. In my region, there are close to 2,000 agricultural businesses that produce annual revenues of more than $600 million, a major contribution to the regional Quebec and Canadian GDP. Dairy production alone represents nearly half of the agri-food activity in the Lower Laurentians, and our passionate farmers operate in many other sectors, such as maple syrup production in Témiscouata, pork production, beef production, grain, potatoes, and many fresh fruits and vegetables that grow in our fertile land.
I have seen during various visits to growers and met with them, and I was told that there is unanimous support for this bill, and this is why my esteemed colleagues in the Bloc Québécois would, especially my colleague, the member for Berthier, Masquinongé, support this, and why we have co-sponsored this legislation in order that it can take effect as soon as possible. I would invite all of my esteemed colleagues on both sides of the House to do the same. For the Lower St. Lawrence, where agriculture has been a major force for centuries, they put food on our tables, and this will allow them to remain competitive and enjoy healthy finances. This bill has to go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Coatineau-Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to extend my solidarity with the striking members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada who have been working for 2 years without a contract. New Democrats have always championed the rights of workers, and it is our moral duty to support the hardworking public servants who tirelessly serve our communities and our country. PSAC, representing over 155,000 striking members, is engaged in a critical struggle against an unfair federal government. This is the largest strike against a single employer in Canada's history. Both the Liberals and Conservatives before them have utterly failed to address the concerns of workers in the public sector. Under the Liberals, we have witnessed a sustained assault on workers' rights by way of back-to-work legislation and a disregard for the welfare of workers in the public service. In solidarity with the Public Service Alliance of Canada, we demand that the Prime Minister and the federal government address the key issues raised by PSAC members, which include decent wages that prevent workers from falling further behind, a more inclusive federal public service, remote work enshrined in collective agreements, a right to disconnect after hours, increase in Indigenous language benefits, and good, secure jobs. The government needs to recognize the steep rising cost of living and the impact of inflation on families and call for a fair pay raise to reflect these realities. We therefore call upon the Liberals to work to ensure that the federal government engages in good faith negotiations with members of the PSAC. We must seize this opportunity to create lasting change for our public sector workers and for all Canadians who believe in fairness, justice, and the right to be treated with dignity and respect. Our message to the Prime Minister and this government is clear. It is time to come to the bargaining table and with a genuine commitment to fairness and justice for workers in the public sector. I rise today to discuss and debate Bill C-280, an act to amend the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act. We in the NDP are proud to support this bill as it will give protections to long-struggling farmers whose crops we depend on. The NDP has a long record of advocating for farmers. In fact, it was small farmers in the prairies, alongside union members who moved to fight to protect people from the excesses of the market, to stand with Canadians feeling the brunt of the Great Depression, that founded the precursor to the NDP, the CCF. That commitment to standing with rural and northern Canadians continues to this day. People here in my part of the country know who our friends are and who our friends aren't. We remember what happened when the Conservatives were in power, how they sold off the Canadian Wheat Board, and what was done to communities like the ones I represent. I raise the Wheat Board today because we are talking about the need for collective solutions to be able to support farmers, farm families, and farm communities. That's exactly what the Canadian Wheat Board was all about. The single desk allowed for Canadian grain farmers to have security when it came to predicting their crops, when it came to marketing their crops, when it came to trading some of the best grain in the world, ensuring that the hard work of farmers was being recognized and valued through our trade relationships. Unfortunately, Stephen Harper and his Conservative government a number of years ago went against the wishes of so many farmers here in Western Canada and dismantled the Wheat Board. What we've seen since that time is big corporations in agribusiness, big grain corporations make significant profits. Farmers continue to work hard. Some weren't able to withstand the loss of the Wheat Board. Many have regained some ground, but many that I speak to speak very clearly on the major loss that was had in losing the single desk Canadian Wheat Board. In fact, the loss has reverberated in communities across our region. I have the honor of representing Churchill, and we know that the Port of Churchill was one of the ports used most regularly to be able to export grains to certain parts of the world, a port that was used, obviously, is used seasonally, and a port that has not recovered since the loss of the Wheat Board. The rail line leading to the port has also lost significantly, lost a lot of ground since we lost the Wheat Board. This bill today recognizes that there needs to be collective solutions to support farmers and support farm families. I also want to recognize the impacts of climate change on farming. We know that freak climate events are wreaking havoc across our country and increasingly around the world. And we know that while many of us who aren't involved in face various challenges. We know that for farmers, this is a loss. These kinds of weather events means a loss of their livelihood, their security, and has devastating impacts on entire agricultural regions that have been impacted already here in our country. I will say that we know that as the economic situation of many Canadians becomes more and more difficult, unfortunately, the government's actions are only compounding that situation. If you go to any rural or northern community here in our region and elsewhere, you will hear the same thing. The growing season is shorter, weather is more unpredictable, and yet following a long tradition of previous Liberal and Conservative governments, the current one sits idly by, destroying our planet one oil subsidy at a time, lacking the courage to even use the term just transition, much less put into practice the need to remake our economy into one where everyone thrives. Instead, it's farmers, Northerners, Indigenous communities who are the first to pay the price for government inaction. This needs to change. We've seen the breakdown of supply chains across the globe and farmers that are paying the price. COVID-19, the war in Ukraine, climate change, and other factors have exposed the weaknesses in our supply chains. It is more difficult to transport food, especially fresh fruit and vegetables, from farm to store to table than it has ever been. At the same time, farmers' debts are growing. Not just that, farmers don't currently have the right to regain products claimed under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act if it hasn't been resold or is no longer identifiable in the same state. Food that's spoiled, for example, isn't considered to be in the same state. Farmers just lose the product. It's kicking someone when they're down, and it is unacceptable. Farmers have been clear. They expect the type of changes needed to put them on a level playing field with our closest trading partner, the Americans. They expect a statutory deemed trust for payment protection from losses due to buyers defaulting on payment obligations, and so do we. That's why these sort of calls have been part of our last three federal platforms, NDP federal platforms, in 2015, 2019, and 2021. We've been very clear. We've called for a payment protection plan for produce growers. We've called to restore protection for growers selling to American consumers. The reality is Liberals need to stop dragging their feet on this. Meetings won't cut it. Farmers have been waiting through 7 years of Liberal inaction, and this needs to end. Farmers saw in horror how the Conservatives left a raft of honest farmers lose their financial protection, and then the Liberals have sat back and refused to restore it. These types of common sense policies will reduce the number of farm bankruptcies, encourage timely transport of produce from farmland to fridge, and provide a measure of stability in an already volatile food price inflation market. We thank the member for bringing forward this bill and encourage all members of this House to support it. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I certainly, before I begin my remarks on this bill that was brought forward by my colleague from York Simcoe, I do want to say, and I appreciate having the support of all the opposition parties on this very important private members bill, but I'm also in response to my NDP colleague, I am extremely proud to be part of a government that eliminated the Wheat Board and gave Canadian farmers marketing freedom and never before seen success. And I think that is something that our farmers are extremely proud of. Now, again, I want to thank my colleague from York Simcoe, and certainly all of us in this House, I think, appreciate his passion for his riding and what he would call the soup and salad bowl of the country. I had the opportunity to tour the Holland Marsh with my colleague last fall and had the chance to get down and get your hands dirty and harvest celery and carrots, something that doesn't really happen very often in southern Alberta and the foothills. So that was an opportunity to see firsthand the dedication and the commitment that those farm families have to grow and produce the finest quality fresh fruit and produce anywhere in this world. And that shows just why this legislation, this private members bill, is so important, as it aims to create a limited statutory deemed trust to provide critical financial protection and assurance to our producers of these perishable fruits and vegetables in the event that a purchaser becomes bankrupt or goes into receivership. Now, I want to mention that the Liberals could do this legislation anytime. And interestingly, it was in their 2015 election platform to follow through on exactly what my colleague has brought forward today. Another promise made and another promise broken, as it's been almost 9 years and they have yet to follow through on that election commitment. So again, it falls upon the Conservatives to do what the Liberals have failed to do and stand up for Canadian farmers.
That's right.
And this legislation would ensure that produce sellers have the priority access to insolvent buyers' cash, inventory, and accounts related to the sale of fresh produce. Current rules severely limit the ability for produce growers and sellers to collect payment when their buyers declares a bankruptcy. Now, certainly this is unique, as my colleague from York Simcoe said, where if a distributor or a vendor would go bankrupt, and many times those products could be returned to the producer. You know, if it's electronics or a bicycle or whatever that commodity or that product could be, that could be returned to the producer of that product. But obviously with fresh fruit and vegetables, that's a very different situation, as that product is consumed or it rots in the warehouse, leaving them nothing to, they can't resell that, they can't collect that product back from the bankrupt retailer, they can't resell that product as it's expired and gone rotten. First, I want to give a little bit of a background on where we stand. In the United States Perishable Agriculture Commodities Act, as many of us have heard, is PACA, and it provides protection to producers of perishable products, more specifically our fresh fruit and vegetable growers, in the case of a buyer's bankruptcy or insolvency. And the PACA provisions require that buyers maintain a statutory trust on fruit and vegetables received and not yet paid for. And the reason that is that in the case of a business failure or bankruptcy, the debtor's true assets are available or not available for general distribution to other creditors until valid claims of trust from producers have been satisfied to protect those fresh fruit and vegetable growers. And PACA provided Canadian producers with the same rights as their American suppliers. While Canadian firms had been the only non-U.S. entities benefiting from these same protections when operating in the United States, the lack of a comparable system here in Canada was a trade irritant to the United States. And not surprisingly, in late 2014, the United States revoked Canada's preferential access to PACA and a dispute resolution mechanism due to Canada's lack of a similar protection here in Canada, stating that preferential access would not be reinstated until a similar piece of legislation was passed here in Parliament. And again, it brings back to the election promise in 2015 of the Liberal Party to do such a thing, and they have not done so. So as a result of that, Madam Speaker, fruit and vegetable growers here in Canada have been waiting more than 8 years for the Liberals to act on that campaign promise. But after 8 years, once again, the Liberals have not fallen through on that commitment, and that's not surprising with their track record when it comes to Canadian agriculture. But what we have heard here tonight certainly is this legislation is long overdue. But it seems like when those things come up, the Liberals go out of their way to create trade irritants with the United States rather than solving these issues. We've certainly heard that with PACA tonight, front of pack labeling, vaccines and removing critical animal vaccines and removing critical pest management products from Canadian farmers that are impacting our American colleagues. We also heard today, just in committee today, that from the food processors of Canada, that higher interest rates, higher input costs, the carbon tax are putting our producers and our processors in a very precarious financial position, putting even more urgency on this type of legislation that provides protection and cost certainty for our processors. And throughout the years, as a long-term sitting member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, this type of legislation has been supported unanimously by all the members of the committee. It has been as a recommendation in numerous studies that we have done at the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, and yet the government has yet to act on that. So clearly, this is not a priority for the Minister of Agriculture. It is not a priority for the Minister of Innovation. It is not a priority for the Minister of Trade, or certainly the Prime Minister. Time and again, the Liberals have targeted farmers with higher carbon taxes, burdensome red tape, removal of valuable pest management tools, and fertilizer tariffs. Liberal mismanagement on important trade files have put these critical international markets at risk. We also heard from the fruit and vegetable growers of Canada that 44% of fresh fruit and vegetable producers are selling their products at a loss. So there is no question that these bankruptcies and insolvencies can and will happen. In fact, Madam Speaker, we know they have already happened. So it's no surprise when a survey goes out to Canadian farmers asking them if they feel the current Liberal government is doing a good job supporting agriculture, that only 2% of those farmers surveyed said yes, they think the Liberals are doing a good job. And it's decisions or inaction on these types of critical pieces of legislation that frustration and that anxiety arises. And when we talk about why this legislation is needed, it only takes one bankruptcy, Madam Speaker, to have a devastating impact throughout the industry, and certainly the ripple effect through all of our small rural communities that rely on these family farms. Certainly, if you talk to my colleague from York Simcoe and many of the members of Parliament around his riding, the economics of those small communities and those rural areas rely on these industries.
That's right. Yeah.
But I'm sure the government will try and argue that there's been no demonstrated reason why this legislation is needed. But that's simply not true. We've already had the Lakeside Produce Company in Leamington, Ontario, file for bankruptcy earlier this year. There were 17 Canadian produce companies listed among Lakeside's creditors, totaling more than $1.6 million in unsecured claims. Imagine the impact that has on those small family farms who are out those dollars and those products. Another 45 produce companies outside Canada, mainly in Mexico and the United States, are owed another $4.85 million. Not only could these Canadian companies be in another circumstances, but this is a highly integrated industry, and the ripple effects are significant. But in addition to Lakeside, in October 2021, a New Brunswick produce retailer declared bankruptcy with more than $3 million owing to its creditors, including farmers and wholesale produce retailers. This is critical, absolutely critical, that we give our farm families of fresh fruit and produce this assurance, this economic safety net, and certainly this protection, that they can go about their business knowing that a bankruptcy will not put their own farm at risk. But also as Canadians, we need this protection to ensure that our food security is also protected. I would encourage all members of this House to support this private member's bill and support Canadian farmers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the good people of Dartmouth Cole Harbour in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, nice to see you tonight in the chair. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to discuss Bill C-280 with my esteemed colleagues here in the House today. We will undoubtedly hear more about the merits of this bill from my colleagues. For my part, I will focus on offering an overview on the changes it would bring to our insolvency regime, in particular where it would place fresh produce sellers in relation to other creditors, including farmers of other types of perishable products, employees, pensioners, and potentially smaller and more local suppliers. Madam Speaker, to fully grasp Bill C-280, we must start by considering how our insolvency laws currently work. There are two main insolvency laws in Canada: the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act, the CCAA. These laws address both business and personal insolvency. Business insolvency solutions include both restructuring and liquidation options to distressed businesses to mitigate the impact and make the best of a bad situation. If restructuring isn't feasible and a liquidation is required, the BIA ensures the orderly liquidation of assets and distribution of proceeds to creditors. At the top of the list are deemed trusts and super priority creditors, which currently include limited amounts for farmers, fishers, and unpaid suppliers, including the fresh produce suppliers that are meant to benefit from this bill. It also includes, Madam Speaker, amounts owed to employees for unpaid wages. Next are secured creditors, followed by preferred creditors and unsecured creditors, which would include most unpaid suppliers such as landlords and construction and repair businesses. Now, first, Madam Speaker, as I briefly mentioned, there is already a limited super priority for Canadian farmers, fishers, and aquaculturists, which entitles them to payment ahead of other creditors for amounts owing on their products delivered within 15 days of bankruptcy. The super priority available to farmers under this provision applies to the bankrupt buyer's inventory or the proceeds of sale of the inventory. Unlike Bill C-280, the existing super priority applies to all Canadian farmers, including producers of other perishable agricultural commodities such as milk and eggs. Second, any unpaid suppliers of goods, including fresh produce sellers, can seek to recover unsold, identifiable goods from a bankrupt purchaser within 30 days of delivery. Canada's insolvency laws balance debtors' and creditors' interests, enabling businesses, including those in agriculture and agri-food, to access credit, invest, create jobs, and treat creditors equitably. Typically, changes to the priority payments in insolvency are only made in exceptional circumstances. My colleagues may, for example, remember Bill C-228, which elevated the claims in insolvency for amounts owing to pensioners, who in some unfortunate cases have seen reductions in their pensions and retirement benefits due to the insolvency of their employers. Bill C-280 creates a deemed trust for the claims of fresh produce sellers. A deemed trust is an extraordinary legal tool which, when used, makes the proceeds of a sale the property of the seller and not the buyer. Even if the seller is not yet paid, in an insolvency, the deemed trust would let sellers recover amounts ahead of all creditors and outside of the insolvency process. Now, this is a much stronger legal tool than is currently enjoyed by any other private commercial creditor group in insolvency. First, the deemed trust would apply to the entire fresh produce supply chain. This means marketers, intermediaries, wholesalers of fresh produce who are engaging in everyday business transactions, just like every other supplier or wholesaler of all other goods to the bankrupt purchaser. I would note that this could also include multinational grocery corporations and wholesale fresh produce to their affiliates and large American sellers selling into Canada. Secondly, Madam Speaker, and I know I'm running out of time, but it would apply to all the assets of the company, not just the inventory. Thirdly, whereas the existing protections for farmers apply only to produce from Canadian farms, American and other international fresh produce farmers and suppliers participating in a Canadian insolvency would benefit under Bill C-280. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour
The time for private members' business has now ended, and the item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence.
Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House to now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Saturday night, I was with over 800 people at the Working Centre's annual Mayor's Dinner. They're an incredible organization in my community that have been on the front lines of responding to poverty, unemployment, the housing crisis, and more. And it was at that event that we got to hear from the lived experiences of people living unsheltered. One estimate that we now have about double the number of people in the room that night who are living unsheltered across Waterloo Region. The fact is, this is a crisis. that we are in the midst of. And in Waterloo Region, we have plenty of people with great ideas and passion, people who are coming together to buy properties, for example, to keep them permanently affordable, like Union Co-op. Organizations like the Working Center, the House of Friendship, Beyond Housing, and so many more that are pouring their hearts and lives into building the affordable housing that we need. In light of this, then, I need the Parliamentary Secretary to know that the federal government then can't take a year off when it comes to addressing the housing crisis. Communities like mine, while are full of people who are ready to step up, it cannot be expected to do it on their own. We need all three levels of government acting like this is the crisis that it is. Months ago, Canada's federal housing advocate, a position that was created by the federal government's own legislation, was clear. She said that the national housing strategy is failing. After this budget, she again then said, her words, "The newly unveiled federal budget is a sorry disappointment. It completely misses the mark on addressing the most pressing housing crisis this country has ever seen." Why did she say that? Because on housing, outside of a needed investment in Indigenous housing, which unfortunately is backloaded, the funding doesn't start for a few years still, there was nothing else in it. So my concern is that the federal government might be out of ideas on housing while we are in the midst of a crisis that needs urgent action. And so with the rest of my time, I wanted to just offer more of those ideas for the Parliamentary Secretary to continue to put pressure on the implementation, because we need to get more affordable, non-market housing built. One simple idea: make the Rapid Housing Initiative a permanent annual funding envelope for housing providers in my community and others across the country to be able to apply for predictably to build the housing that they are keen to build. Secondly, increase investments in co-op housing to get more built the way we did back in the 80s, at the rate and the pace that we did. We can't pat ourselves on the back for an investment in co-op housing from last year and pretend that that is enough. Thirdly, ending the loophole for real estate investment trusts to ensure that they pay their taxes at the same rate as others and direct that funding to build more of the non-market housing that we need. Follow through on the Habitat for Humanity's call to waive GST for all affordable housing built by charities across the country. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, will they push for these kinds of initiatives to address the housing crisis we're in?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Inclusivity.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague and my friend from Kitchener Centre for the excellent question on an issue that both of us truly care deeply about. Just last week, I met with over a dozen stakeholders and community leaders in my community of Windsor-Tecumseh at a roundtable focused on the issue of affordable housing, and that includes housing for those experiencing homelessness. Our government has made housing a priority since the very beginning of our mandate, and that's why in 2017, we launched the landmark National Housing Strategy, a first in Canadian history, and a return to federal involvement in housing. Prior to this, the federal government had not been seriously involved in housing for decades, and we knew we had much work to catch up. The range of programs under the strategy address the needs of people across the housing spectrum, from building new shelter units to supporting the purchase of a first home to support directly for renters. The Rapid Housing Initiative is an example of one such program that's having tremendous success. The initiative helps people most in need, people who are homeless or at risk of becoming so. This program provides grants to support the rapid creation of permanent affordable housing units. It has continually exceeded its targets, and now with the third round, we hope to create a total of nearly 15,000 units. The National Housing Co-Investment Fund is another program lifting people out of homelessness. Among its achievements, it has yielded over 3,700 shelter beds, 3,500 supportive housing units, and 1,600 transitional housing beds so far. But I don't want to talk about numbers here. I'd rather talk about people. People like Emily from Vancouver, who was homeless and struggled with addictions. She found a home at Union Gospel Missions Women and Family Center, and she says that the support she received changed her life. The center was built with funding from the National Co-Investment Fund. Or Bill, a Canadian Forces veteran in Ottawa, who went from being homeless to living in Veterans House. That project was also financed by the Co-Investment Fund. Projects like those are successful because they acknowledge the complex nature of homelessness and the range of factors that lead to it. Our government's homelessness strategy, Reaching Home, takes a whole-of-government approach to the issue, and we also work closely with partners in other orders of government and elsewhere in the housing sector. Our government takes a human rights-based approach to housing because we fundamentally believe that access to housing is indeed a human right. This is unlike the Conservative Party, who have no plan for housing, did nothing when they were in government, and still will not say whether they actually believe housing is a human right. This should be something that all parties, Madam Speaker, agree on. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I would agree that there are other parties here who aren't doing enough on housing, but that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked is how this parliamentary secretary can stand by a budget that does not invest in the housing we need. He spoke about the Rapid Housing Initiative. Well, that's one of the initiatives I'm calling for to be renewed, that the City of Kitchener was calling for to be renewed, for example, and wasn't in this budget. The calls of organizations across the country are clear. We can't spend time patting ourselves on the back for investments from past years in the midst of a housing crisis. I would invite the parliamentary secretary, as I have others, invite him to come by my community and meet the people who are living unsheltered, who are calling out for so much better. Will he come and visit?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' concern about making sure that our policies are also forward-facing, not just talking about the major historic investments we've made. What will we do looking forward? And Madam Speaker, the plans we announced in the spring budget acknowledge the complexity of the issue by approaching it from multiple directions. That includes increasing supply, including supply of deeply affordable housing, tackling speculation in the housing sector, and so much more. We will continue to prioritize housing, as we have done since the start of our mandate, unlike the Conservatives, who simply spew buzzwords instead of putting forward a real plan. They did nothing on housing when they were in government and continue to do nothing in opposition. I'm pleased to know that my colleague from Kitchener Centre shares our concern, and I hope we can count on the support of everyone in the House as we continue to work to ensure everyone has a safe and affordable place to call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On March 9th, I raised questions with respect to foreign interference here in Canada, and I asked a very specific question. We have more and more reports, specifically from Global News, that talks about the type of well-organized, orchestrated interference into our elections. And what became abundantly clear from these reports is that this was being orchestrated by Beijing diplomats. And the question I asked was how many of these diplomats had been expelled. And of course, I didn't get an answer to that question, but we do know the answer to that question, and the answer is absolutely none. So our security services are doing the hard work. They're identifying what the problems are. These reports are delivered to the government. We also heard from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff that he reads every single report. So that would mean that the Prime Minister actually read these reports that we were hearing so much about in Global News, which included the fact that diplomats were orchestrating and organizing the donation of funds to preferred candidates through this organization they called the Tea Party. So absolutely no action was taken by the government to expel any diplomats that were involved in this. And they knew there were some because CSIS delivered that report, and we know from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff that the Prime Minister reads every single report. So why was nothing done? Why has nothing been done to date with respect to that? We are now a month and a half later. Absolutely nothing has been done. And what's so embarrassing about this and so difficult for us to justify with our allies, not only have we now heard that the Prime Minister has been telling our allies that they'll never meet the 2% target for spending on our armed forces as required by NATO. I mean, the blows to our reputation just never stop. But look where we are now. The United States now, 36 arrests. 36 arrests, including arrests that have information on one of their cell phones, photos of folks proudly opening a police station here in Canada. So not only do we not expel diplomats in this country that we know are actively engaged in foreign interference in our elections, we don't make any arrests either, right? So the United States is taking decisive action on this. Here in Canada, what are we doing, Madam Speaker? Why are we always behind the 8 ball on these things? Like, why are we always playing catch up? Why can't we get in front of some of these things and do something? I have heard on the Special Committee on Canada and China Relations from Canadian citizens that talk about the harassment they endure, the orchestrated harassment they endure from Beijing in foreign influence operations. And we have clear evidence that the diplomatic corps is actively involved in this. No one gets expelled. Why? Why are we so afraid, is this government so afraid to stand up to Beijing foreign influence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Dufferin-Caledon for his question then and now. The Government of Canada, I want to say this very clearly to the House, takes any allegation of inappropriate or illicit behaviour by any foreign representative or diplomat in Canada extremely seriously, including interference in the internal affairs of Canada. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Prime Minister have both been very clear. Canada will never tolerate any form of foreign interference. Our government, I think more than any other government that I've ever experienced, has stated time and time again that foreign interference activities in Canada, violations of Canadian sovereignty, are unacceptable. This includes harassment and intimidation of individuals, the establishment of illegal overseas so-called police stations, and, of course, covert and malicious influence in Canadian democratic processes. Madam Speaker, as my honourable colleagues are well aware, the Prime Minister relayed these messages directly to China's President Xi Jinping at the G20 summit in Indonesia last November. Our Foreign Minister reiterated these same messages to her Chinese counterpart as recently as March the 2nd of this year, and had done so with her previous counterpart on more than one occasion. Global Affairs Canada officials have also repeatedly delivered similar messages to Chinese officials in both Ottawa and Beijing. Our message has been consistent. There is no tolerance for interference by the People's Republic of China on Canadian soil. The government has clearly stated its expectation that China respect Canadian and international law, including the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, and any domestic law. Madam Speaker, we will never tolerate any breach by Chinese diplomats or diplomats of any other country of the Vienna Conventions on Canadian soil. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was very clear during her last appearance before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure in March of this year, when she said she would never hesitate to order any foreign diplomat suspected of wrongdoing out of Canada. She would never hesitate to do that should clear and concrete evidence linked to specific individuals come to light. Madam Speaker, as our colleagues know, and this was emphasized by the Minister before the House Standing Committee on Procedure, the expulsion of any diplomat accredited to Canada would be a measure of last resort. No decision would be taken without considering all factors and risks. This decision is never taken lightly. The government will continue to choose the most effective tools from a wide range of options at our disposal to properly combat foreign interference. This includes diplomatic tools that may be subtle to some but are very effective to prevent foreign interference before it starts. Sometimes that means stopping certain positions from being created at foreign diplomatic missions. For example, we denied China's request to create a new position at the embassy in Ottawa for the International Liaison Department of the Chinese Communist Party. It was inappropriate, and we refused permission to create it. Sometimes we stop certain individuals from being posted to foreign diplomatic positions here. In fact, very often the government in question will withdraw an individual's application as soon as we raise concerns. Madam Speaker, our government will also continue to ensure that China faces consequences for any illegal or inappropriate actions. The question of foreign interference is not one that is unique to Canada. This is a problem that our partners and allies around the world are also grappling with. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has been very clear. She is working with her counterparts from around the globe to share best practices. We will continue to do it.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So it's Groundhog Day here on Parliament Hill. When I raised the question the first time, the sum total of it was, well, they've had a stern conversation, and we're a month and a half later, and they've had a stern conversation, or they didn't accredit someone. This kind of inaction actually emboldens someone. I think back to my father saying to me, don't do that, and you shouldn't do that. But if I keep doing it 6 or 7 times, and my father just keeps saying to me, you really shouldn't do that, nothing actually happens, right? What you're trying to do to curb the behavior isn't working. What this government is doing to try and curb the foreign interference is not working. We actually need some bold action, like what's happening in the United States. 36 arrests. They're taking it very seriously. Why won't this...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the honourable member's consideration on this issue, he is completely wrong. He is completely off the mark. And if he has any evidence of individuals doing wrongdoing, it is his responsibility to report that to the authorities. That is his responsibility. You can't just cast aspersions in this House. You can't just say anything you want without evidence. And so let me be very clear. Our government will never tolerate any interference in any domestic issue that is beyond the rights and responsibilities under the Vienna Convention of diplomats in this country. Our minister, our Prime Minister, has been completely clear. Any evidence that is brought forward will be dealt with seriously. We will continue to operate to ensure that Canadians are safe. We will continue to operate to ensure that everyone is following our expectations on domestic law, international law, and international conventions. We will continue to do that because that's our job.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm here in the House again to ask for financial support for persons with disabilities. And I wanted to start with the story so that the government can understand how this is actually impacting people in my community. In my community last week, a mother came in her 70s to talk about her adult son who lives on his own, who's about to be demo-evicted from an apartment that he's lived in for almost 17 years. And Madam Speaker, he cannot afford the new rent on the income that he has at this point in time. This is really what is happening, people, in this market-driven housing frenzy that this Liberal government has fed. So once again, I rise in this House to shine a light on the urgency for persons with disabilities to have immediate income support as they continue to wait for a Canada Disability benefit. While provincial and territorial income support programs have been virtually stagnant for years, the community is facing an ever-shrinking income while they struggle to cope with the rising cost of food and skyrocketing price of housing. Through the course of the HUMA Committee study on Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit, we heard that about 1 million Canadians living with a disability are in poverty. We heard from the Minister and her ESDC officials that the average gap for persons with disabilities between their provincial and territorial support and the poverty line is $9,000. $9,000, Madam Speaker, that there's no way to fill that gap on. Overwhelmingly, we heard that these 1 million people are not eating enough meals daily and are living in unacceptable and often inaccessible housing. It is essential that the federal government step up immediately with an emergency benefit. And so I ask again for the Minister of Disability Inclusion to provide this emergency response benefit for persons with disabilities while Canadians wait for the current unfunded Canada Disability Benefit. Canadians with disabilities face exclusion from society on a daily basis. Take the recent Auditor General's report on accessible transportation. In 2019 and 2020, nearly 2/3 of the 2.2 million persons with disabilities who traveled on planes, trains, and other federally regulated modes of transportation faced barriers. Even worse, Madam Speaker, the risk of damage to their essential assistive devices is beyond acceptable. Transportation is essential to people's daily lives, including for people with disabilities. The government should understand that. Persons with disabilities are more likely to rely on public transportation as they navigate this incredibly ableist world. Education is another place where people with disabilities are facing barriers to and exclusion every day. Whether it's the aging infrastructure that years of out-of-date schools have put in front of people, insufficient funding for school boards to fully include children with disabilities, or challenges with accessing and applying for student loans, grants, tax credits, and other programs that are supposed to give access to better education. It's just not working, Madam Speaker. Even in seeking employment, people with disabilities are excluded with inaccessible workplaces, biases of employers, and the stresses of coping with too many other challenges on top of employment. The NDP knows that people with disabilities need this assistance today. This includes better access to income supports, and in addition, the publicly funded pharmacare. How about that? And dental care as part of improving the lives of persons with disabilities. With the Canada Disability Benefit at least a year away, I implore this Liberal government to help persons with disabilities now with an emergency relief benefit. The disability community deserves.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Port Moody, Coquitlam, and my friend for her question. For her advocacy on behalf of Canadians with disabilities, and furthermore, her excellent teamwork in getting Bill C-22 through committee and improving that bill in committee as well, too. So I wanted to thank the honourable member for her tremendous advocacy and her great teamwork as well, too. I want to especially acknowledge the advocacy of the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. She has been working tirelessly throughout her career to promote the rights of persons with disabilities. The Minister understands the challenges that so many persons with disabilities face each and every day. She understands that many working-age persons with disabilities face a challenging income gap. And that's why the Minister has been working tirelessly to create the historic Canada Disability Benefit, an income supplement that has the potential to seriously reduce poverty and improve financial security for hundreds of thousands of working-age persons with disabilities. Like my colleague, I too want nothing more than to see Canadians with disabilities receive the new Canada Disability Benefit quickly as possible. And I remind my colleague that, as set out in the legislation, the details of the proposed Canada Disability Benefit will be addressed in future regulations. These details include the benefit amount, eligibility criteria, and other features, such as the treatment of employment income. We will work out all of those details in consultation with our partners, including persons with disabilities and disability stakeholders, as well as with provinces and the territories. In the spirit of nothing without us, we will continue engaging the disability community at every turn to ensure that the benefit is designed with their voices their voices at the table. And I'm pleased to say that engagement activities began in the summer of 2021, and that work has not stopped. We have also been working closely with provincial and territorial governments because they play a key role in providing benefits and supports to many Canadians with disabilities. This will help us ensure that every person who receives the Canada Disability Benefit will be better off. And it also helps us harmonize delivery of the CDB and ensure that there are no clawbacks to other benefits. Madam Speaker, the Canada Disability Benefit has the potential to make a profound difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. For that to happen, we need to take the time to do things the right way, and that is exactly what we are doing, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I certainly don't question the wishes of the minister, but what I do question is the understanding and the political will of this government. I just wanted to point out, Madam Speaker, that more people, like the man whose mom came to see me just last week in my office, will lose their housing and will go hungry. And this is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. This is not acceptable that we will let people lose their housing and will not be able to have a meal in the day because we won't support the income supports that they've been asking for. Through the full consultation that I know that this department has done, the number one pillar that people needed was financial security. And just why won't the government look after the people in this country? Why won't they do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the story of my colleague's constituent is absolutely heartbreaking, but that is the story that motivates all of us to work together as urgently as possible to bring about the Canada Disability Benefit, which is groundbreaking legislation. It has the potential to significantly reduce poverty and improve financial security for hundreds of thousands of working-age persons with disabilities from coast to coast to coast. And that's why we are taking the time to get it right. Persons with disabilities know what they need. With their input, we will determine all the details of the Canada Disability Benefit. We look forward to sharing those details with everyone, including my colleague, the member of Port Moody Coquitlam. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.